show is for adults, by adults, using adult language, role playing adult situations, and possible controversial topics. No situations or topic reflects the views of the dungeon master or the players in real life. You have been warned. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Hey, Zarius.
Hello. Who's that?
I'm that terribly creepy villain you've been working on. I
Oh,
had some thoughts about some terribly overpowered abilities that I could use against your players as they fight wave after wave of my seemingly endless minion horde.
that sounds really fun, but I don't know where my notebook is right now for my dungeon
You
notes.
fool! You should be using World Anvil.
World Anvil? What's World Anvil?
World Anvil has everything you need to start creating and building
Really?
your world. You can upload maps, make character or villain profiles, timelines, update world lore, and much, much more.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna have to definitely sign up for. Why are you laughing like that?
All right, we are live, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to Vow of the Keepers. This is episode 18. Whew. Moving along. We're trying to, but we're trying to dig through all the census data. And without further ado, we bring you to the Department of Commerce. Kim.
That's what it feels like some days. And I know it's my own fault, but so be it. Hey everybody, welcome to episode 18. We are now legally old enough to vote. God help us all. As always, we like to remind everybody that we are proudly sponsored by World Anvil, which has everything that you need to start creating and building your world. You can sign up for free and get started right away at worldanvil.com. And you can also join their Discord at the links over in chat. Should be over that way, kind of that way. We also always like to thank Roll20 for their generous support with providing us with a pro account and core books, so I can give you just something to look at over there, as amateurish as it may be sometimes. I'm trying. Where we left off last time, there was a lot of social engagement, a lot of meeting and greeting, glad handing, whatnot and so forth. You met with the ambassador from Marselheim, the ambassador from the Druidic Alliance. Lucy went off to see if she could get introduced to the ambassador from Fantalusia, but he was a little snooty and preoccupied. You met with the council that runs the Kingdom of Forgehearth. You met with Bella, a field keeper of decent renown and some familiarity as far as Kinley's concerned. A lot of new information has been laid out before you about the city and the kingdom at large. You've been here for a couple of days at this point, and so far things are going pretty good. So we ended off with you guys going to bed, waking up the next day. Where would you like to kick off today's adventure?
I'll cook breakfast.
Yes, we will have some breakfast in the morning and figure out our plan of action.
Lucy will eat some breakfast and then retreat back to her room to meditate and try to commune with her god, because she's
Which
been
one?
fucking up a lot. She only has one god. Shut
Okay,
up.
just making sure.
Because she's trying to... She's been fucking up a lot lately, and she probably needs to do it to set her mind straight, seek some guidance, this kind of stuff. Make sure everything's in order. Yeah.
Okay, so you enjoy your breakfast. You let everybody know that you're just gonna kind of stay in for the day, take care of some business on your own, and retreat back upstairs to do some meditating. And what about everybody else? You're joining in? We're gonna have a little kumbaya circle, or gonna venture out into the city?
I'm gonna wait until Lucy is deep in her meditation. Then I'm going to throw snakes on her. No.
Damn.
Slightly terrifying.
Yeah, a little.
I love snakes.
I guess a little post Lucy leaving powwow about what we want to accomplish today. I'm sure Kenley and I would share all the information we had and found out.
Yep.
Lucy would probably let you know that after she's done doing the things she has to do, she'd probably go around town and just see if there's been any disturbances. I think as you pronounce that word, that the cultists may have been involved in.
Okay,
Guys.
Zar is going to give you an address, and he's going to tell you to take a good look at that area and what condition it's in, and kind of, ask you if there's like anything suspicious and shady going on around that area, or if it looks like a good part of town. He just has a hunch about something, and he'd like you to follow up.
He's tricking you into being a real estate agent, essentially.
Which he didn't tell anybody about, so
No.
you have no
Just-
reason to suspect him.
Lucy would just tell him she'll do what she can, but if she has a lead, she's gonna follow the lead. Well,
That worked out so well last time.
well, okay. While
I'm-
she's gonna
sorry.
notify them
Yeah.
before following.
She's gonna
the
stand
lead.
in front of the building and get this look of determination on her face and go, "So, it's a forge, huh?"
I should totally fucking do that, but that'd be metagaming, so I won't do that.
Yeah.
What? Seeing a forge and calling it a forge?
Would it look like a forge? I don't know. I don't know what this building looked like, so we'll see.
Still got a chance, boys. Still got a chance.
So, what do you guys think? Should we go check out these older parts of town and the temples that are there?
Sounds like any plan better than anything else. So at least what we got.
I do feel we probably should stop by our ambassador friend there and see, by chance they don't have shared all the information we gave them, maybe, since Miss Orma did not look too happy about us sharing that news.
Well, sounds good to me. I'll wait outside while you go relay that information, Finnegan. I can trust you to go in by yourself, right?
I do know how to use doors, yes.
Wonderful.
Are you sure?
Nope, but worst case scenario, I can always just bonk it.
I'm not sure that would work, because I still think you're doing it wrong.
You're more than welcome to give it a shot.
Well, I'm not a druid, so it would work for me.
Oh, well, so you're saying it definitely is closer working for me than you.
Well, yes. I mean, if you did it right, I'm sure it would work. It's just, I'm not sure you've been doing it right. Anyways, yes, that seems fine. So, you can go check with the ambassador. We'll kind of wait around. I think I saw a kebab stand near there. I can get some meat on a stick. I know I just ate breakfast, but nothing beats meat on a stick. And once you get back out, we'll head downstairs, down below, and go check out the old city. Wait for Lucy to report back on that suspicious property.
We heard that all wrong.
What? Nothing does beat meat on a stick.
That's what I thought I heard.
God.
Uh,
I just realized what I said when I said it
Yeah.
the second time.
Kim was like, please, dear God, no.
This is what I've got to work with. What about you, Shelly? What are you getting up to?
Right now, Shelly's just sitting at the table studying their spell book. But as soon as anybody starts heading in any direction, they'll just tag along.
Okay. So Lucy's upstairs meditating. Finnegan is going to head over to the Marcelheim ambassador to try to see if you can sort of intercept the relay of information, or at least kind of curtail it a little bit. Was that the goal there? And then otherwise, you're going to head down into the city and start kind of poking about. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds all right.
Trying to make sure I'm keeping track of everything. So, we'll go ahead and deal with the Marcelheim ambassador first, and then we'll jump back to Lucy with her meditation, and then roll on from there. So you head out of the townhouse that they've got you set up with in the district. It's not too long of a walk to get to the main sort of embassy building. You go in, the receptionist spots you, recognizes you straight away. It's so great to see you back again so soon. What can we do for you today?
Oh, yeah, see, I was just wondering if I could pop in real quick and talk to the ambassador. I have some information I'd like to add from last time.
Sure. Just give me a minute to check to see if she's free. I'm sure she'll make time for you. Just give me a moment. She runs up the stairs, boop, doop, doop, down the hall, past some offices, into the office, checks in, comes back. Yeah, she just needs like a couple of minutes, but then she'd be more than happy to see you. There's like a small waiting area outside of her office with like a secretary desk. If you want to wait there, she'll take you in when she's ready.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your expedient service.
So you make your way up the stairs to the little seating area. There's like a receptionist, personal assistant type person sitting at the desk outside, and she welcomes you. Can I get you a glass of water or anything of that sort while you're waiting? Should it just be a minute or two? She's just finishing up something.
Oh, no, thank you very much for the hospitality. I had some breakfast before I came, so I'm well off. Thank you very much.
Okay. Then a couple more minutes go by, and the ambassador opens up the door and greets you warmly. Oh, it's so great to finally get the chance to meet you. You spot straight away that the ambassador greeting you at the door to her office doesn't look quite like the person that you info dumped to yesterday.
Hey, I have a question, Ambassador. Where were you yesterday?
I had meetings most of the day. I was out about the town meeting with some of the other ambassadors. Why?
Great. Who was using your office while you were not here?
No one that I know of. She kind of looks at her secretary, and her secretary is kind of like, aside from when you stop back in, no one else has been in your office.
Well, I can guarantee you we were here yesterday. Had a conversation with someone in your office that's claimed to be you. And we had told them sensitive information that could be a problem if they are not the ambassador.
Well, who? I'm sorry. What?
You have an imposter that took your place yesterday. Used your office and everything.
Well, I don't know who would even be able to get themselves into my office like that. That's extremely odd. And I mean, my personal assistant was here all day. She would have been able to. She would know who was here.
Does this secretary look like the other secretary that came in? and took notes for us?
No. The person sitting at the desk was the one who went and fetched a stenographer for you.
Okay.
She wasn't the one who was actually sitting there doing all the typing.
But she was there when we went in.
Yes.
Great. I'm gonna turn to the secretary. You went and got a stenographer for us yesterday, correct?
Yes. She's looking very confused. So you were. What?
Yeah.
She's trying to connect the dots here. She's like, but you met with the ambassador.
Yeah.
She asked for the stenographer. That
Yep.
was before she left.
No.
And there's a lot of like, no, I didn't meet with them yesterday. I was out most of the day. And he's like, no, but you came back, and then they showed up first thing in the morning, and you met with them, and they're like trying to piece it together amongst themselves, and they're just like, I don't know what the hell happened. The only person who knows here was her.
I'm gonna turn to the ambassador and go, Ambassador, what kind of security measures do you have in this embassy?
It's generally secure. We have security officers scattered about, and people aside from those who are being escorted around to meetings and things of that sort. You can't just stroll about the place. We do checks for badges and IDs and things of that sort.
And does anyone do any kind of magical scans on people at all to see if they're illusionists of sorts, impostoring other people? Just example speaking, a succubus running around being an ambassador. Example.
That's a very specific example. We do have checks for things of that sort in more sensitive parts of the embassy, but just in the general offices, not quite so much. We have rarely had cause for such mistrust in our visitors. I mean, we wouldn't just let someone. I get what you're saying.
I appreciate the time, Ambassador. I have to go, and I will turn on my heels and just speed off out the building at full tilt.
Okay. It's like, but we could try to get to the bottom, and you're already halfway down the hallways before she even gets to finish suggesting that she'd help you investigate what happened or where.
Love to see her try. If her own personnel can't tell the difference between real and fake, so losers. How do you not have a secret password you throw out at your boss every time you see them?
Not everybody's as paranoid as you are.
How's the kids? Great, I don't have any.
Meanwhile, having a lovely morning outside of the embassy, enjoying their meat kebab.
Hope you don't eat that meat too fast, because I got some info dump for you.
You might choke on it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Choking on that meat.
Finnegan comes barreling down the hall, down the stairs, out the front door, with all expedients he can muster, and they're waiting for you outside, enjoying a light, high-protein snack. Is the rest of the group. Sans Lucy, who is off doing her meditation.
I'll go. We are fucked.
What? Why are we fucked?
So.
Hey, Finnegan.
Hey, how you doing, Shelly? So the issue we have right now is the ambassador we met with yesterday is not the real ambassador, imposter. So whoever we met with and told all that information that we told them is not the ambassador. I'm gonna look to Czar. Becky.
Well,
we know she's in town.
You guys are extremely distrustful of Becky. I don't.
There's a bunch of demons that have escaped. We don't know who this could have been or what
Oh,
kind
that's
of
a very good
cultist.
point. But that's who we know to assume.
And there was a note stabbed into our door from Becky.
Sure.
She was in town. It is not unreasonable to think that it was fucking Becky.
True, but how would she know we were going to go see the ambassador?
We're keepers.
That doesn't
innate.
mean anything.
You did get told by the keepers to go check in.
Right.
With the
but
ambassador.
unless Becky heard that.
Becky probably has ears and, I don't know, connections with cultists or other, demonic ways of finding out information.
Well, we got showed that through sending, so.
Mind reading capabilities, surface level thoughts, come on. She's a succubus, for God's sake.
Czar's gonna think. Just a very calm expression over his face for a moment. Right. Well, I'll be back.
We didn't give any sense of information like locations, right? So we should be fine.
No, we didn't give up locations, except for the ones the occultists already knew.
I'll be back. And he's gonna start walking toward the embassy.
Shelly?
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah. I'm following along with him.
Thanks. Kinley.
Yeah.
We have some place I'd like us to go.
Okay.
And I'm going to lead Kinley toward Fieldkeeper or Mazhaf location.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, so you're gonna. Czar is taken off inside the embassy. Are you gonna stop and check in at the receptionist desk, or are you just gonna blow right past and just?
Oh no!
Okay.
No!
Just
I'm
checking.
gonna stroll right past her. I know the way after yesterday.
Shelly
Not
is
even a wave.
keeping a best pace that they can behind you.
Oh, I'm walking quite normally. Just with
Okay,
purpose.
just with purpose. Okay, I wasn't sure how much of a power walk you were walking. And it's basically as soon as both of them are in the door and the door shuts behind them, you're like, I've got an idea, and you now headed off in the direction of the elevators down into the lower part of the city.
Yep.
Okay.
And meanwhile, someone's meditating. All this is
Meanwhile.
going-
I need to do this. Shut up.
Nope, it's totally fine. It's completely fine, and
Hey,
we will.
Leash yours is more calm than our shit.
Yeah.
Ah, boy.
I'll be detecting magic as we go too.
Okay. As you do catch a few miscellaneous, like mage hands and things like that being cast. People, cantrips and things that would be like assistive in clerical work, kind of things bouncing around and that kind of stuff. You do catch some of the detection magic that the ambassador mentioned in more sensitive parts of the embassy on your way by, but nothing really jumps out at you that seems out of place or unusual. As you work your way down, you reach the ambassador's office door and do what? Kick it down,
No,
shoulder it open, knock politely.
gonna knock.
As you knock, the secretary stands up from her desk. Like, "Can I help you? Is there something that you need right now?"
I'm gonna turn my head toward the secretary. I think you've helped enough.
slowly kind of sits back down. Within like half a minute, the ambassador's at her door again. It's like, yes, can I help you?
Can I make an image of what the person looked like?
Identical.
It's nearly identical. And there's like, once you make an image of who you remember meeting with the other day, you can see that there's some slight inconsistencies, but it's almost spot on.
K.
Ambassador.
Yes.
Well, from what I just understood from Finnegan, we're
Oh,
meeting for the
you're-
first time.
Yes, you're one of the fellow keepers. Would you like to come
Yes.
in?
Yes.
He
like
Thank
took off.
you.
He took off in quite the hurry.
That's understandable. This is Keeper Shelley. I am Keeper Zarvagosh. We need to
Hello?
have a conversation.
Sure.
Leave the bones alone. Leave the bones alone.
I don't have any need to break her bones. She wasn't here.
So she welcomes you into her office. Do come in. Do come in. What? I mean, the way the conversation with Finnegan said his name was. Yes.
Yes.
It seems there's been some confusion within the last day or so as to my whereabouts and
Who was sitting in your office collecting vital Imperial information in your stead? Yes. I think that's about right.
mm, well, I mean, I honestly, I'm not sure what to tell you. I wasn't here, obviously. Um, though someone clearly was from what my secretary has said and what you've. And so I mean, I'm not really. We can try to see what I'm just. We're not really sure where to start. We don't know if they're still in the building somewhere or if they've.
Let's first start with getting the stenographer that your secretary brought in here yesterday in here.
All right. And she calls out for the secretary, and the secretary, the stenographer, from yesterday, please, with some pep in the step. And the secretary's like, and she's off to go try to find her.
And
Um,
and I'm just wondering. Don't read too much into it, but do you have a weak stomach?
Oh my god.
Sorry.
I'm asking. It is polite to ask, is it not, Shelley?
No.
she
Oh.
No.
just kind of at that exchange just I'm not especially known for my constitution, though I'm not sure why that's pertinent at the moment.
I'm sure. I'm sure it won't even matter. Second of all, do you have wizards in your employ here?
There's a few trained in magical arts, low level stuff mostly. They're doing clerical work and of the sort, and they're not like professional mages. But we have a few.
Right. Well, we're going to be sending a lot of messages to get this cleared up. So, I would suggest getting us some sending stones or getting those mages working on some scrolls.
Well, I do have a sending stone to connect me back to sort of the home office. Um, who do you need to reach? Would that suffice, or do you need some other kind of contact?
Who would Czar try and reach? What's his name?
Kenley's granddaddy.
Well, that would be one. Hold on, I've got to pull up my background real quick. Or did I tell you to make up that name, or did I actually make up a name for him, Kim?
It was in your backstory. The person who recruited you.
Yes.
Yeah, that's in yours.
John Jacob Jingle Hammersmith. His name is my name too. No, not that. That's not his name. Oh,
No.
Not this week. It's not.
I tried. I tried, guys. I'm so sorry.
I can't find my backstory.
Well, no backstory means no history.
You're
Fake.
I'll find it in a minute.
You want to reach out to that person specifically.
That person and Kinley's grandfather.
Well, my sending stone would not be able to reach out to them without a matching stone on the other side. We would have to use sending spells or scrolls, I would suppose, if that's who you're looking to reach, unless you're fine with messages being relayed.
I think information has made its way through improper channels enough the past 24 hours.
Mm.
Do you have a stone to Victoria, to the mayor, perhaps?
Not directly, no. We could perhaps reach out to the local Stony Express and see if we could. But they would, again, it would be intermediaries, which have expressed.
So, who? he's like, you can hear the agitation kind of like starting to build up in his voice, and he's trying to stay calm. Who exactly do you have direct communication with from this office?
Like I said, the home office, sort of our coordinating ambassadors, sort of like a State Department essentially for the Empire. She has direct contact to them, and then beyond that, like that's her primary direct line is back to home office, and then the kingdoms themselves have their little hollow projectors that you saw in the council chambers. That sort of interconnect the four kingdoms on the island here. Like the direct lines are generally pretty singular from place to place. They don't have like an elaborate network. That's what Stony Express is for.
Okay, so I'm thinking first get on your stone to home office and tell them to take that stone to the most important person they can find there and have access to and give it to them. Secondly, those wizards we were talking about, we need some sending scrolls, and as soon as we get the first one, you're going to send a message to the true keeper on the island and tell her that we need to talk. Because I've never met her. You have, I'm assuming.
Which
True keeper,
Niece.
yes.
The elusive niece.
I have not had the pleasure actually.
Who has?
I honestly couldn't tell you anyone specific. She's one of the more nomadic keepers, from what I understand. She doesn't tend to stick around like Bella has been nice enough to do here.
Yeah, what about Orma? Would she?
Yes, Keeper Orma. I'm assuming would have met Niece.
That's probably a safe. I couldn't tell you for sure, but I would assume that you are a small organization. You tend to know each other, as I understand it.
All right, so Nick's the trying to contact True Keeper Niece. We're still going to need the scrolls because we do not have direct communications. And get the other stone on the other end of home office to the highest ranking keeper that they can find.
Okay. As you're sort of parsing this all out, the stenographer shows up and kind of pops her in. Is there a problem?
Please come in.
All
I
right.
can see him like letting him in, and then like as the door closed, like it locks. I'm like,
like his eyes just twitching a little bit here, and his like hands are he's sitting down. His hands are like one hand is a fist, and the other one is like clasped over it, like rock paper scissors style. He's just like holding it in place, gripping. His hands are probably turning a weird shade of red or purple. Do you remember the meeting yesterday?
Yes, of course. I was here for
What-
quite some time.
What happened to the records?
Well, I transposed my notes into a proper transcript. 2 copies were made, and one of them was intended for the ambassador's personal records, and the other was going to be sent off. I'm not quite sure what the other copy was meant to be for, but then my original transcript was destroyed as per normal. But the one copy was filed with the ambassador's records, and the other copy was going to be relayed up to higher authorities, I believe is what you requested. But then my notes were
But what
destroyed.
actually happened to them? Like, who did you give them to?
Well, I gave the ambassador her copy for her filing cabinet, like she asked for, and then the other one was she was going to. It was eyes only sensitive stuff, from the bits that I sort of absorbed as I was writing. So she was going to handle who was going to forward that up personally.
So both went to the ambassador.
Yes, both copies were left on her desk. She was sitting right here. She kind of looks at the ambassador like, "What did you do with them? There, you were right here when I put them on your desk."
Are you beginning to see the problem that we have, Ambassador?
seems normal.
I am. She's So she gets up and she goes to her filing cabinet and unlocks it, gets inside, and files through. And sure enough, there is a transcript dated the day before, and it's got your names on it, and she's like, the transcript is right here.
Oh, that's good. He holds out his hand.
That's one transcript.
But
And just give it to me.
hands it over, kind of quasi. She's very confused with what the hell's going on here. There was a mysterious person who looked like her but wasn't her, but got a transcript, but the transcript was in her filing cabinet, which she's supposed to be the only one who can open, so that doesn't make a lot of there's a lot of just raw confusion on her face as she kind of half reluctantly hands over the copy that was in there.
How did she get into the filing cabinet? Like, is there a lock on it or something?
Yeah, it's there's like a lock and just a standard lock and key, but it's a pretty beefy looking lock.
Can I look at your cabinet for a second?
Sure, I suppose. Yeah.
I just want to look to see if there's any, like, evidence of picking or forcing or anything like that.
Oh, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Uh, 19.
Okay. So you do not see anything. It doesn't look there's no kind of like wear and tear on it beyond key usage. It doesn't look like it's been picked or mechanically manipulated in that fashion.
Have the only key?
Yes, I keep it on me at all times.
Can I see your trash can, please?
Sure. I believe it gets emptied at the end of every day by custodial, but you are welcome
Is it metal?
Did you read it to make sure that was exactly what we said?
Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
It is a metal trash can, yes.
All right. I'll take the trash can and I'll set it down in front of me, and I'll start reading through the notes. And as I get to a page, after I read a page, I'm gonna crumble it and toss it in the trash can, and verify if this is, the right thing.
Mm-hmm. As you're leafing through it, you're seeing the story that you told. Details that you gave, details that you left out are not there. It matches up with the version of the events that you coughed up.
All right. When I'm done at the end, I'm going to set it on fire inside of the trash can.
I had a feeling that was coming.
Yep. Yeah, very predictable.
Yeah. So you do, and it's just I thought you wanted that filed. Guess not then.
Well, I'm gonna look the stenographer. You can go, thank you.
Okay, and she excuses herself and kind of makes a glance at the ambassador of like, I am so sorry, I don't know what the hell I did, but I did something and it's terrible and I'm so sorry. As she sort of like skirts herself out the door.
Well, unfortunately, Ambassador, we cannot trust this information in your office any longer.
Little late for that.
Well, yeah, but we don't need any more breaches of security.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, there are no breaches. It's just another her.
Becky.
But we don't want the Empire to have, the Empire to have this information anyway.
Well,
It was supposed to go to the Keepers, not the Empire.
same
Keepers
thing.
are the Empire.
Oh yeah, that's true. Sorry, my brain is just all over the place.
Nah, you're fine.
So, go ahead and get your wizards working on some scrolls. Get the stone on the other end to someone acceptably much higher up than an ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
And let us know when you're done. We'll wait here.
Okay. That'll take a little bit of time, so we're gonna go ahead and cut over to Kyle, sorry.
Finley. We're talking to Finley.
Who?
We're cutting up,
crew.
We're cutting
over
to
to
Finley.
Finley. Sorry. And I usually am very good about that, but I slipped up.
Not today.
Not today. It's you can
Nothing
tell
goes
you can tell things have gotten away from me a little bit here. So Finnegan and Kinley have descended down the elevators. They are down into UMLOT proper, which looks vaguely this-ish. Just to kind of, it's like a wedge of the city, but you kind of see the like rings of city built up and out, kind of just to give you like a kind of rough frame of reference. You work your way through the city back to Bella's shop and work your way inside there. Which yeah.
We'll wait for the lights and everything. We'll be polite. No worries.
If there's anybody there.
It is early in the morning. Who knows?
Yeah, we don't know how busy the
Forge-
shop is this early.
The lava forges might not be turned on yet.
I don't think they have much of an off switch.
Okay, there we go. So you've returned to the shop. You come inside. It's early in the morning, so there's no one else there. The light is clear to let you go into the shop, and you are free to, move yourselves on in.
All right, we move on in.
Stick my head in. Hello?
Just head inside, see if the little dwarf man is up front.
Mhm.
That's assumption that he's a dwarf. He could be just a big burly halfling.
With a gigantic beard.
Hey, we don't assume. Unless it's Becky. Then we assume it's Becky. It's the only assumption we'll ever make.
Okay, so you let yourself into the shop, and you're kind of looking around trying to see. You're calling out for
Anyone?
Doldek, the shopkeeper that you remember from last time, and
Oh, Doldek. Bella.
Or Ma. I mean, anybody of importance, please.
and out from the door that leads into the back that you remember going through last time walks a small female halfling, and she's just, "Hi, what can we do for you today?" Oh, it's you guys. Hi.
Yes. We seen this person before?
No, you have not seen this person before.
And you are?
I am. Can you excuse me for a minute?
No, I
And
need,
she,
I need you to stay
like,
right there.
quickly lets herself back through the door. She just kind of does that, like, woo, never mind. Um,
I will make chase.
okay. So that's kind of like back there, and you give chase around the counter and pop through the door, and you see she's standing in the hallway here, getting, like, hand on the door, getting ready to head into Bella's forge.
I guess I follow behind Finley.
And what are you gonna do?
Why are you running off like that? We're trying to have a conversation here. Very rude.
I'm gonna ask you nicely to not move from that spot. We need to have a conversation.
She kind of looks at you and she's like, I didn't set the lights on the shop correctly, did I?
Nope.
Damn it. And she, as you're standing there, she... No.
No?
No.
Becky. It's Becky.
It's not Becky.
It's not Becky. I'm assuming it's niece, the elusive niece.
No. It's getting warmer, but
Demon number
still bad
743.
guesses. No. You see that she shapeshifts before your eyes into Doldek, the dwarf that you remember having met as the shopkeeper, and you just hear the familiar voice of, "This is how I should have greeted you. I'm sorry. This is a little embarrassing. I don't normally make that mistake, but it's still early in the morning."
Pause. Hang on. Which one's real you?
You had best talk
When-
to...
When you go to sleep and wake up in the morning, what are you?
Flexible. You should talk. You should talk to Bella.
I'm gonna have to roll for this. If I'm rolling a d20, if it's 5 or below, I'm gonna bonk her. Oh god!
So you're gonna bonk her,
Yeah,
or him rather, as it's
it.
currently Doldek the dwarf.
I mean, as we're casually walking towards the door,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's a bomb.
Okay. So you're gonna bonk.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you bonk Doldek like on the shoulder, on the head. You're gonna smack him across. How are you swinging this swing?
It's just a good, solid tap in the chest.
Okay. So you do, and as you make contact, you see the chest start to rise to a more significant height than the dwarf standing in front of you, and Doldek is revealed to be a changeling. You finally bonked something, and it worked.
Just not the right thing that needs to be bonked.
Yeah.
At this point, Finnegan now has an issue of trusting any appearance, so there's going to be actually a whole lot more bonking in the future.
Everyone would be easy to be like, I must christen you before we speak.
Yeah. So
Yes.
you have bonked Doldek, and they have turned into revealed their true natural appearance, and they are a changeling. And he kind of looks down, and it's just, what the hell is that thing? What did you do? How did you do that? What?
Magic.
Ta-da!
And I'm gonna head inside to be talking to Miss.
You should toss some glitter in there when you say it. Magic.
Yeah, give it a little bit of flair.
Magic.
And just kind of in shock a little bit, because that's not supposed to be a thing that happens. You're not supposed to be able to bonk them out of their shifting. They're just very kind of
Flabbergasted?
awestruck. Flabbergasted is a great word for it. Yes. Sort of standing slightly off to the side from the door, and you're gonna just let yourself into the forge.
Yeah, I mean, Doldek was telling us to go talk to Orma anyway, so that's definitely where we're going anyways.
Okay. So they're back this way a little bit. You let yourselves into the forge. Bella's busy hammering away at some special orders and things.
I'll turn to Doldek. You can join if you want, or you can do whatever you want. Yeah.
Did everybody just get kicked out of roll 20?
Nope.
I am by myself in roll 20. I could refresh.
Me too. And it's refresh.
Okay. That was my thing. I just didn't see everybody. Looked like everybody got kicked out.
I got an interruption just now.
Roll 20.
We got kicked out.
But
Coronavirus kick.
yeah. So you let yourselves in, and Bella is not really paying attention. She's sort of hammering away, and she just goes, "What is it, boss? You're supposed to go open up the shop." And then she kind of looks and sees not who she was expecting to see, and the changeling sort of leans his head over around the doorway and just kind of like, hi.
Hi.
Well, company.
So she's now looking at the two of you standing in her forge, and it's just kind of like, well, what are you guys doing back here so soon? What's going on?
I'll let him explain it.
So, after you told us that we weren't the note from Nice was for you and not for the ambassador. Bright this early morning, I decided to, hey, maybe they didn't send off all that information yet, or some of it. Maybe, who knows? Hey, so I go into the embassy, and introduce myself to the ambassador again for the first time since the first time before this. Was not the ambassador, but an imposter that looks just like the ambassador. So, the information we told the fake ambassador now has the information that we told him. We're assuming it's the demon Becky. That's just an assumption. It's not a guarantee, but she was in town earlier. She was definitely in town earlier delivering a message. So.
Okay, could be Becky. Could be a cultist. We know there are a bunch of mages in there, so.
But yeah, I just want to stop in and see how you doing. So.
I've been better.
Yeah, us too. Don't you worry, us too. We've definitely been better. Fiend. Huh?
You really think that it was this Becky person that you keep encountering? That
It's like at a 35-40%. It's usually issues involved are Becky issues. But no, we're not guaranteed. It's just someone that looks nearly identical to the ambassador. Somehow was able to impersonate their own secretary and transcribed information, and she left.
Someone quite skilled with illusion.
Ooh, good question. Probably not.
Yeah, so they could have had a changeling of their own.
nearly identical.
There was small, like the secretary thought it was her, but then
So what kind
remember that like
what kind of
they
differences
left.
stood out to us when we thought back to the person we talked to?
We didn't. We don't have that information actually.
Well,
We don't
you've
have
seen
that. We
both,
don't-
so you would know which differences.
Yes, I guess I would, but I think it's easier to find the differences if you actually see them next to each other, though. I'm pretty sure is how she described it.
Yeah. You could.
There were small differences. I could,
Yeah. You
wouldn't be
could
able to point them out.
make a perception check to see if and you can think of any specific ones, but it's a little bit of a you would seeing the image side by side with the real person made it much more obvious, which you weren't there for.
Their nose was just a slightly a little bit more crooked.
Okay, so off of that perception check, you mention a couple of things, I like the eye color was a little off, and the just a couple of subtle things that you did catch, but it'd be easier if we could show you, but we don't. They're not with us right now to show you, so you'd have to wait and that kind of a thing. But she's kind of thinking it over a little bit, and there's a pause, and then she wouldn't have. What? Oh God, that there you can see a look of exasperation on her face. And she's just like,
Spit it out.
damn it,
Bella.
God damn it, niece. You could have just asked them, and you did. Oh, she just had she.
That's literally a message I sent to both Aegon and Dave. It's it would be really fun if it was actually elusive niece impostering.
You got a note from the imposter from Nice.
Nice, correct.
Sealed with a keeper's seal. That all checked out from what you said, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely, 100%.
And the discrepancies were subtle but specific.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that would match her style. I don't know why the hell she would do something. That's fucking. You could like this. This is definitely something that she's experienced before or has been a party to once before. It's just like she fucked with you guys.
Oh,
What's that her specialty? Is she an illusionist? Is she a shapeshifter?
is she a changeling?
You've met Bosk
Yeah. If
more a little bit sooner than I had intended you to. We'd normally like to build a bit of rapport before we let that in, let people in on that. But much like him,
Bosk.
she has a penchant for many faces, and she's been known to pull things like this as tests of how honest people are, how trustworthy people are, things of that sort. I didn't think much of it, because why would she like? It's an odd thing for her to do, but it doesn't surprise me entirely. There's no way you could have known. You haven't had a chance to meet her yet.
She hasn't made that easy.
No, she rarely meets anyone truly face to face. There's always some mask or another involved. I've even had her show up in my shop and buy things as other people before. It's quite frustrating at times, especially when the bill shows up at their house. But
That's fucking wrong.
That's some dirty.
That is so dirty.
That's some dirty shit. Damn.
yeah, and then she wonders why she'll never make it higher than a true keeper with the attitude that she likes to stroll around with. But you seem quite frazzled by this. I'm not going to apologize on her behalf, but take solace in the knowledge that more than likely it was her. It suits her nature.
Let's hope so. I'll just say with the things people we met, we definitely were worried.
Yes, such information as it was, we would certainly not want falling into unknown hands. But, well, as you said, we don't have certainty, but it feels like something that she would do. And the next time she deigns to show herself in my shop, she'll be getting a earful from me, rank or no rank, because this isn't the time for such things.
I mean, just throwing this out there, is there a way to, chit chat with her possibly?
There's a way to contact her, to actually have a conversation with her. Instead of this,
Tag.
Instead of this cloak and dagger bullshit, she is apparently loves to do.
I can make an attempt to reach out to her. It's often difficult to pin her down in such a fashion. She likes to be undetectable as much of the time. I've heard stories of her burying her badge off in the wilderness somewhere and just marking it with a rock and disappearing for a month or two and then coming back and like nothing happened. It's quite quite peculiar and incredibly frustrating.
Well, don't envious you, since apparently you deal with her more than everyone else. Sorry about that one.
It's sort of the hazard of being one of the main equipment suppliers for keepers. She doesn't really have many options besides going through me for the kinds of quality she demands. I, there's times where I'm tempted to turn her away, if I'm honest.
Your prerogative. Prerogative.
Although kind of be kind of hard to turn her away because you probably wouldn't know until the bill comes due.
Exactly. But yes. Aside from that, is there anything else that you need? We are still investigating the ammunition projectile that you had asked about.
Yep. Other than waiting to hear what happens with that, or if you need my help with anything, let me know. And other than that, I think we better get back to the other people before they wring an ambassador's neck trying to get the truth. So.
All right. If you do get firm confirmation either way, check back in. Perhaps later on this afternoon, I may have something for you myself if I get lucky. But yeah, go about your business, but do stop back in.
Will do. Thanks again, Bella. We will talk to you later.
So send you on your way. Bosk is out in the hallway. He's now shifted back into a different form, back to Doldek, since that's the one you're most familiar with. And just do keep this amongst us. We are we try to use my skill set to cater the shopkeeper to our clientele. Some prefer to deal with specific kinds of people, and it would not suit us to have that knowledge leak out.
Mum's
You
the
got
word.
it, Daldic.
Mum's the word.
You look like a Daldic to me. Wait.
It will not be leaving these lips. You have the word of Bellafiore.
And he'll politely escort you to the exit of the main shop, and then let you out on your way. So you are gonna work your way back up.
Make our way back to to the embassy.
Okay.
And hopefully find that Zara's not murdered anybody in the process.
Yeah. So while all of this insanity has been going on, Lucy has been quietly and peacefully just serenity now, zoning out and meditating, trying to reach out to her deity. Singular, plural? Did you pick
Singular.
one?
Lathander.
Have you made up your mind? You're leaning one way or the other. I don't know who you're trying to ping.
She's bringing Lathander.
Okay. So you go into like a deep meditative state, trying to like reach out into the nether to like ping Lathander. You don't have the luxury of like a commune or other sort of formal spell, so you're just kind of putting yourself out there and hoping for the best. So go ahead and make a religion check for me.
Cool if it did anything. Oh. Of course. My awesome rolls.
My awesome rolls got me to bonk a changeling, so you know.
I wish I got a 20. That'd be cool. But
That'd
I
be cool.
didn't.
But didn't. So you're meditating in your room quietly. Are you just in normal attire? Are you in your armor? What do you...
She went that way. Yeah, she'd probably still be in her regular attire. Hasn't put on since she didn't leave the house.
Okay. So you're just sitting there meditating, and you're just sort of normal day clothes, armor's off to the side against the wall with your shield and weapons and all that stuff, and you're sitting there and you're meditating and reaching out into the void, hoping to hear something or get a vibe or a feeling or anything of that sort from Lathander, sort of just a check-in of some sort. And while you don't get a formal sort of "hi, how are you, nice to meet you" from Lathander, you feel a warmth kind of come across your sort of face and upper body, as though you were sitting out in a field on a super sunny day kind of a thing. There's that sort of warmth sort of washes over you a bit, and as you're sitting there and meditating more, and you feel that warmth, and it sort of feels like an attempt to sort of like, yeah, I'm here, I am, my presence is felt kind of a thing from him, but the it starts to go from like a warm sunny day to a bit of a hot sunny day, and then it starts to feel a little like sunburny, ow ow ow, and you snap out of the meditation, and you can see that your like arms and stuff are a little on the red side, but that's what you manage to get out of your meditation. You can go back in for more if you'd like, but your first sort of attempt to reach out, that's what you got pinged back, was like warmth, and then more warmth, and then ooh, that's a little hot, and then and you kind of, your skin's red, like you might have gotten a bit of like a sunburn sort of feeling off it. You'll be peeling in a day or two.
Had that problem.
Because our main reason for that was to like get some guidance and kind of
Don't quit. Keep going.
yeah, so she's probably gonna try again because she needs that guidance. Now she knows he hears her, so now let's see if he can maybe help her out a little bit.
Okay. So you settle back, you kind of take stock of yourself, and you're like, ugh, that didn't, maybe not
Like, ugh,
ideal,
that-
but and go back in for round 2. So you can go ahead and make another religion check.
Yay, that's better. 10 points more, that's cool.
So you settle in this time, and you feel that same sort of warmth of a sunny day wash over you, though it holds at sort of like a pleasant warmth. It doesn't start to ramp up like it did the first time around. And you get I'm trying to think how to convey this without just having like a voice boom out from the heavens of just like, hey, this is the shit you should do.
That would make her life so much easier, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that needs our nat 20 though, or
Yeah,
some
well,
shit.
Lucy's a paladin, not a cleric, so there's a little bit of disconnect on that. In terms of being able to like ping your god directly, and get that sort of solid FaceTime kind of experience. But that is a pretty solid religion check. So you get kind of a like reassuring feeling, sort of that you're it's not, like I said, it's not like broken down in terms of like, this is what you're doing, great job, high five, but it's, you get sort of like a just a sense of reassurance that you're on the right path and trying to stop the demons, stop the cultists, that kind of thing. You can tell that there's a little bit of dissatisfaction from the sunburny bit, but for the most part, Lathander's sort of on board with what you're doing. He doesn't think that you're not actively going against him, so he's like, hey, but he's still kind of aware of some of the other stuff that you're getting up to along the way, and there's a mix of like, hey, good job, and also like, what the hell is with this angel stuff? But that's all sort of vibey coming to you, more so than like text that you can read and interpret. But yeah, so that's what you get out of your second sort of deep meditative. that feel like it kind of gives you what you were hoping for, or this a little bit of a nudge in the right direction?
It's reassurance that yeah, you fucked up, but it's still good, kind of thing. So that's good. Not really what I was hoping to go for, but I think she'll settle for that.
Okay.
Kind of
Yeah,
rubbing
we'll
your face and her.
have to
sunburns.
swing by an apothecary and see if you can get some aloe. Um, so that's your 2 rounds of meditation, which it takes a while. That wasn't like a 5-minute thing. That was something that you were kind of at for a while. So you want to come out of that and start suiting up and head out to go look for your disturbances and oddities in town. Okay, so you start working on that. We'll jump over to Czar and Shelly back at the embassy, and so what are the two of you getting up to?
We're waiting for the others to catch up, right?
Yeah, or to get that stone or scrolls that we sent the ambassador to take care of.
Yes. So she has gone ahead and gotten her stone and like radioed back to home office. Sorry. To the effect of, hey, I need this, like, keep her business escalate, run it up the ladder, put the stone in somebody's hand, kind of a thing. And like it'll just be a moment, and it's trying to, as the whoever's on the other end is now like running up and down hallways and upstairs and trying to get to the office of somebody appropriately highly ranked. And then like the scrolls will take a little bit of time. You need a few. I know you just need one off the bat, but you need a few. It's going to take some time to get like a batch made up. So
That's fine. The most important thing is direct communication with home office of the appropriate level.
So trying to remember, it takes trying to double check the intended duration. It's because it does take a while in Xanathar's.
It's like an hour per level to scribe.
Yeah. That's
3 hours per scroll.
Per scroll is what I was remembering, but
It's the same as scribing a spell. It's like an hour per level to scribe it.
oh well. According to Xanathar's, it's meant to be a work week for a 3rd level spell, which is a long time.
Well, Xanathar made it a lot longer as a downtime activity.
As a downtime activity. So we're gonna an hour, because it takes an hour per spell level to copy a spell into a spell book. So we're gonna say it's like maybe like an hour and a half per spell level to make it into a scroll, because you have to like bind the magic into the parchment of the scroll and blah 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 blah. So it takes about
5 hours.
Yeah.
Per 3rd level spell.
Yeah, something in that kind of ballpark. So they've set to work on it, and they're like, it's going to take a while to get a batch going. I'll send somebody to go buy one from a shop to get us rolling, and then they'll get us going from there.
Czar and his sending scrolls. He finally found a way to get more without spending money.
Yeah. All you needed to have was a mild heart attack at the thought that Becky now has a transcript of everything that you've been up to.
They're still having that heart attack until we get back.
Yeah. And even then, you don't know.
Yeah.
For sure. Could go either way.
Could still be Becky.
Could be.
Yeah. So Time goes by, person goes out to fetch a scroll, person running around Marcelheim to get it up in home office in the State Department to get in touch with somebody, and eventually you, pretty close to the same time, somebody runs in with a scroll, and the ambassador sort of picks up her stone and it's just, this is someone sufficiently high up, I believe, for the severity of what you're describing. Where would you like to start?
Oh god.
I hold my hand out for the stone.
Oh god.
She, please hold for keeper. You said Vargosh. It was
The gosh.
Vagash. Oh, all right. There, and hands over the stone.
All right. So, do I have to speak into the stone, or can I think into the stone like ascending? How does that work?
You can think into the stone. It's not that big of a deal to do it that way.
It's like the spell,
All
so.
right. All right. This is Keepa Zavagash. Who am I speaking with?
You are speaking with like the rough equivalent of a Secretary of State. Kind of like they ran it up to as the top floor,
Jesus
and
Christ.
was basically like this.
Is it a keeper or?
It is not a keeper. It is like an imperial political person.
The Tsar's. Excuse me. Most apologies. This was supposed to go to a higher ranking member of the Keepers. But until this stone can make it there, I will let you know there has been a security breach in the embassy here in UMLOT. Someone posing as the ambassador while the ambassador was out on business. And secure information has likely been leaked to what we know to be enemies of the Empire.
And at that, he comes back a little, sort of, not obstinate, but just a little bit of like, I understand that this is a concerning situation, but I would assure you that our embassy's security is first rate. Enemies of the Empire would surely not be able to pull off such a thing. This must be some sort of misunderstanding, but I will give it the due care and attention that you are claiming it to have, and sort of like it's that
Saving
kind of
face.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, that's wonderful. I expected nothing less of such an esteemed
Yep.
Secretary of State of the Empire.
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary.
I will bother you specifically no longer, but can you please see this stone into the hands of one of the governing members of the Keepers, perhaps? As I do have Keeper-only business to discuss with them that is vital to the security of the Empire.
I can send for a keeper. I understand that they are quite preoccupied at the moment, but I will do my best to get them on top of this for you. It will take some time to get across to the headquarters.
It's fine. We don't mind waiting. Again, thank you for your time. I'm sorry for bothering you.
You can see hubris already permeates this empire.
They think highly of themselves.
Oh,
Zar's just gonna look at.
they are
Zar's
quite
just gonna
hubris.
look over to Shelly, and even though he's still like holding the stone in his hand, Shelly, we got the Secretary of State for the Empire, and he's trying to play it off like, you know, this could not have happened, even though clearly it did. And like, I guess the stone is still on while I'm just like telling Shelly all this, and they say it's going to take a while before the stone makes it to, you know, the actual people we needed to talk to.
That's a bummer.
That's
Yes.
So you've accidentally left the phone off the hook for that little
Yes.
bit. I got you.
Sir, don't know how all that magic stones and everything works, so
Right, of
yeah,
course,
Yeah,
I mean that
of
makes
course.
perfect sense.
Yeah, of course.
Is this button supposed to be down the whole time? Ah,
Well, this green light's supposed to be on.
Yeah, why is this light blinking? Oh yeah, okay. But you
know,
do
at least-
also also
Sorry.
have the scroll of sending available to you as well.
Okay. I'll use that when needed. And he'll just be like, but the guy seems very nice and said he's going to look into it, but I really don't think he believes us, so we'll see what happens. And I look over to the ambassador. I'm sorry, Ambassador, for any inconvenience this is causing you. Obviously, this is not your fault. It is the fault of whoever is in charge of the security for these embassies that such a lapse would happen. And just like still holding the stone and just like talking.
Mm-hmm. So it does take a while for someone to get over there with the stone and into the hand of a keeper. So what are you doing in the meantime?
Waiting. Just having a conversation with the stone in my hand. Nothing like vitally important, but just chatting with Shelly and the ambassador, waiting on the others to get there or for the stone to make it wherever
Okay.
it needs to make it.
So while the stone is still en route, Finnegan and Kinley make their way back to the embassy.
Yeah, if they're not out front waiting, we'll make our way inside.
Yeah, they're. So you show up back out at the front door. No, you go inside. If you stop at the receptionist desk, they're like, they're
Yeah.
still in there.
I'll just nod. I'll just nod and go, "Thank you, appreciate it." And we'll head inside. Yep.
Don't you worry, we'll take care of it.
Yeah. Don't you worry, your pretty head.
So you make your way upstairs to that. Lucy, are you gonna pit stop at the embassy with them since you knew that was the last place they were going, or are you just going off to do what you're doing?
She's probably gonna, cause she promised she'd come back to them if she found anything, so she's gonna go do the thing, inquire about around the city,
Okay.
and check the place Czar gave her, cause apparently that's super freaking important to him, and she's gonna do that for him, cause he didn't seem that pleased yesterday, even though she doesn't see anything wrong with what she said. But yeah.
Okay, so is there anywhere particular up here or down that you want to specifically poke at, or are you just sort of doing a general sort of stroll about town looking for anything? You're gonna ask specific people? You stopping in at any of the embassies? How are you approaching this sort of detective work?
I mean,
Go
I had
find
given
your
her an
solace friend.
address. I had given her an address to go look at, which was one of the shops that you said were kind of like got repossessed or closed on taxes or whatever.
Right,
Um,
right. Which
Yeah.
we're gonna get to that bit.
Oh,
But
okay.
Is
Lucy
it on
was
top
also
or the
looking
bottom?
for the address that you got from Czar is in the lower part of the city. But you were
She's gonna be
looking
puzzled
for,
when she sees that.
like just any sort of unusual occurrences, disruptions in the town, things of note of that sort. So I didn't know how you wanted to go about trying to investigate that. If you were gonna, interview people or ping into the embassies and just ask, like, hey, have you had any crime waves recently, or like how you wanted to try to crack that case.
Alright, so I'm guessing the embassy would be the best place to ask, to not look too out of the blue.
Mhm.
So she'd be, she wouldn't ask about crimes, but she'd ask about incidents that seemed, odd, incidences, weird occurrences, anything that stood out in the vicinity, most probably. Yeah, just stuff like that could raise suspicion, or like maybe not raise suspicion as much, but something that strike them as odd that happened recently
Okay.
in the last few months.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check and an investigation check.
Persuasion and then investigation. Ah, crud.
Okay, so you do stop into a few places, both in the upper part of the city and then descending down into the lower part of the city, knowing that you needed to go check out that address for Czar. You kind of head in the direction of that neighborhood, sort of making chit chat for people along the way, sort of popping your head in the shops and being like, hey, I was just kind of curious about the town and how things are going, and trying to get a feel for it, that kind of stuff. You do get a few people to sort of like open up and chat with you. You get a little bit of information here and there. You're not really sure if you necessarily asked the right leading questions to get you the information you were hoping for. But someone does mention the fact that a few months ago there were some people that were caught like flying out over the lake in the center of the city, the lava lake, the hot lake. They said it was some sort of, what was it? Like an art exhibit, installation, like an art thing. That was supposed to be some sort of like rhythmic, like sky dance thing over the lava. I don't know. It's not my thing personally. But they got cited for doing that. The lake is kind of sort of like off limit airspace. We did generally try to stay off the lake for obvious danger reason, and so they got in some trouble for that. But so that's like the big thing that stands out to you from the little bits of chit chat and stuff that you have, is that at some point a while back, people were sort of like flying themselves out over the lake of lava.
She'd try to gather if they were like arrested or just smack on the hand kind of deal. Because if they were arrested, she'd go check out the prison or whatnot to see if they're still there. But if they didn't, she'd probably just relay the information, then go look for the building that Zara wants her to check out.
So asking around a bit more on that, you mentioned the story that you got told to someone else to see if they can give you more info and that kind of thing, and you get that they were like fined or cited to some extent, but they didn't get like formally arrested for doing it. It was more of a like civil ordinance violation rather than like a law felony kind of thing.
So that means it's in the books.
Potentially.
Hopefully, if we find it.
Yeah. Back to the records room. Oh god.
Weeks later.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So you continue on through the town. You eventually find, well, actually, make a survival check for how well you navigate the city and if you find the address, because you've just got like a piece of paper with an address on it, and so you stop and ask for directions a couple of times, and you're doing the best you can to find like the right ring of the city to be on and which side of the lake you're supposed to be on, and it's taken a while to sort of get yourself oriented to how the addresses in this town are structured, and like, okay, the odd numbers are on even numbered rings and the even numbered houses are on the odd numbered rings, and like it's just, you're just looking at it like, this is bullshit, this is just garbage, why did anybody build a city like this? But eventually you do find the address that you're looking for, and it's just slightly run down building. It looks like it might have been a shop at one point. There's like a post that you could hang a sign off of sort of above the doorway that sort of gives it away as being a business kind of a building. The windows are a bit dusty, but you can kind of go like that and look inside and all that fun stuff if you want to.
Well, oh wait, Zara asked her to check it out. She'd check it out, like see what's so suspicious about it, things like that.
Okay.
If there's anything suspicious about it.
Make a perception check and an investigation check.
Perception, where are you? Perception and then investigation. Ugh.
You keep like.
Okay, investigation is better.
Swinging a bit. So you kind of take stock of the building and the surrounding area. The neighborhood seems fine. It doesn't. It's not like overly ritzy, but it's not slums either. It's just a neighborhood. There's a few other shops on either side of it that look like they're doing okay. They're not, rolling in dough, but you see customers coming in and out of them at an okay-ish interval and that kind of spiel. But you get up close to the shop and you're looking in the window, checking the door is locked, the windows are locked. But looking inside through the dust, you do see what looks like a large anvil and it might be a forge, it might be a chimney on the far back wall. It's a little hard to see through the dust, but you can sort of 2+2 it, and you're like, is this a blacksmith shop? What the hell am I looking at a blacksmith shop for? What? That fast.
What do
So
you
yeah.
Lay a blacksmith shop near a keeper blacksmith? What?
But yeah, so you get, it seems decent enough. It's been closed for a while given the amount of dust, but it's not like dilapidated. The roof looks fine. The walls and doors are all in decent shape. The glass in the windows hasn't been shattered, but it's definitely been closed for a while.
It needs a little oven.
Yeah, there's some TLC that would be involved.
Alright, seeing that Zar kinda had her waste her time a little bit, she's gonna go back to the embassy and tell them about the little misadventures of some weird people flying above the magma lake for artistic dances or whatever.
So while you're working your way back up, taking the elevator back up to go to the embassy, Kinley and Finnegan have arrived back at the embassy, worked your way upstairs and into the ambassador's office, where Zar and Shelley are patiently waiting for contact from Marcelheim of the level that they were hoping for. Apparently, a civil servant was not up to their standards, so they're being relayed to a keeper of some sort of appropriate rank, but you don't know that yet. But that's what they're waiting on. You stroll in, and they're just kind of sitting there making chit chat with each other.
All right. So
Hey guys.
Hey. So who's in the room? Is the ambassador still in the room and everything, or?
So it is Shelley, Zar, and the ambassador is sitting behind her desk. Just the three of them are in the room. The secretary is outside at her desk, basically like sweating profusely. And there's a little bit of scuttlebutt in the office, given the panicked look on the stenographer's face when she left. But otherwise, it's just the three of them, plus now you two, in the ambassador's office.
Okay. So what would I do? I'm gonna talk in private, probably. So I would kind of like nod to pull them outside the room.
Var will nod back at you and look at the ambassador. Ambassador, would you please excuse us? Let us use your office for a moment. Thank you.
Sure, I guess. Yeah. And she kind of gets up and excuses herself. Like, I'll be just outside if you do need me for anything. And
Thank you.
she excuses herself.
The audacity.
Oh boy.
Fucking Czar.
All right, so once they're gone, well, there's a 50-50 chance it wasn't Becky.
Oh? Well, that's good news. I talked to the Secretary of State earlier.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm sure he was.
Really?
I'm sure he was a great, boring man to talk to.
He completely denied the possibility that anything untoward could have happened here.
Of course, hubris of state as usual.
Stone's still on, by the way. Just saying.
But
So-
only your half of that exchange is going through. 'Cause
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently, our ever elusive keeper of the island seems to be a shapeshifter of sorts.
Niece.
Yes.
Oh, well, that would explain why the ambassador said that she had no way of really contacting her.
And apparently she doesn't like dealing with people publicly, but she loves getting involved in her own way.
Right, so 50% chance it was Niece and 50% chance it was Becky.
Yes. And then we have, and Bella is attempting to try and get in contact with Niece, so we can confirm one way or another, hopefully.
That's good. I retrieved one of the reports. 2 were made. One for the files here in the ambassador's office, and the other one to be relayed to home office. One of which was missing, so Niece would have that if that was indeed Niece.
Of course.
The other one, he sort of taps the trash can full of ashes with his boot. The other one has been dealt with.
Okay.
And he's gonna kind of grin a little bit. They're currently making sending scrolls. And I have this stone currently going to one of the higher-ups in the Keepers directly. No more of this, relay message. Want to speak to someone directly.
That will help.
Which Kinley also
Yeah,
does have.
I
a
could
stone
do it with
that
my
already
grandfather.
does that.
Yeah, but to my grandfather directly. But we weren't together when he needed a stone, so.
Yeah. Well, doesn't hurt to have 2 of them.
No, it does not.
All right. Well, anything else? Have you heard from Lucy?
No, I have not seen hide or hair Lucy.
Perhaps she's out checking on that lead that I had in the lower city.
Perhaps. Whatever that. Did you tell me about that lead, or did you just?
No, I did
okay.
not.
So what lead did you have down there?
Oh, he kind of grins a little bit. Do you remember yesterday when Lucy just couldn't keep her mouth shut and started blabbering about my rune magic?
Yeah.
It kind of pissed me off a little bit, so to get her back, I actually sent her to go survey a empty blacksmith shop.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I figured if we were going to be in the city for a while, you need a place to work on your guns, and I need a place to work on weapons. So,
Yeah, definitely. That would help.
anyway, if there's nothing else, I guess we can let the ambassador come back in. She's actually quite pleasant to talk to.
Yeah, we can bring her back. I've got nothing else. It's really hush hush at all.
Well, let's wait another minute,
Sure.
because I'm pretty sure with what the sight that I caught of that secretary when the door opened, and the way the stenographer looked when she left the room, the ambassador standing outside of her own office is going to do nothing but help our cause.
Oh boy.
And he kind of grins a little bit. Perception is everything.
Isn't it though? So, Finnegan, you've met back up with Shelly and Czar at this point in the ambassador's office. The ambassador is out in the hall, waiting because he needed a little bit of private conversation. Is there anything you want to contribute to this before the ambassador comes back in?
No, I'm good.
Okay, just checking because you were stepped away for a chunk of it.
I made sure to have Kinley tell what we told.
Gotcha. So you give it another minute, let them
Yeah.
sweat because that's just the kind of people that you are, apparently.
I mean, none of it's really their fault, but it kind of is because it was their security that failed. But it didn't fail at the same time if it was these, but we don't know for sure that it was yet. So,
I said 50-50.
you know, no bones are getting broken, but letting them kind of, sweat it out and worry a little bit about, the fate of their future and that of their families is probably appropriate. And then let her back in the room, yeah.
Cruel,
Okay.
man.
So as this bit of knowledge dump amongst you goes on, you're chit-chatting, you're like, we'll just let her sweat it out for another minute or so. The door opens, and it's Lucy letting herself into the office, like, oh, hey, guys, the ambassador's standing out here. Is there a reason why she's standing out here?
Oh, yeah, tell her to come on back in. We're done.
You and your manners. She's gonna let the ambassador back.
So you're...
well, yeah. Well,
Gang
I
ball
let her
here.
back in.
Is that really?
Well, I've investigated your little blacksmith shop.
Really, was there anything untoward going on there?
Very
I did
dusty. You're gonna need a lot of cleaning, and I'm not doing it.
What? Cleaning?
But
For what?
I have a lead.
Wait.
We'll talk about that one thing later, though.
Wait.
Once we're in private.
Why would I clean the blacksmith shop?
Because it's dusty.
Right, but it's not mine. I'm
It'll
not
be
gonna go clean
yours, I'm
somebody
pretty sure.
else's shop.
I'm pretty sure you made me investigate it to use it.
Oh,
Which
you're right.
I wouldn't.
So it was a forge, huh?
You know what? I did think about walking in saying that, but that sounds a little cliche. Not my style.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I'm still mad at you, by the way, but thank you for going to go check that out for me.
And me, but you didn't have to go through that length. You could have just showed her one thing, and that was it. You're the one who decided to go all the way. Just saying.
Well, I'm just saying, you don't have to tell everyone you meet about everything.
Well, I'm saying you don't have to tell everybody we go through about a fiend. Huh.
Well, maybe if you stop telling everyone about everything else, I will stop telling them about that. By the way,
There's
Ambassador,
one
if you
instance.
happen to head up toward the north, do not go on the mountain.
Are you telling me about telling everybody about the same thing? But you're the one who's been doing it all this time.
So I was just
Pot
gonna
calling
kinda
a kettle
grin.
black.
Yeah, the ambassador somewhat sheepishly is gonna be like, I'm noticing a trend. You seem to overshare. It sounds like sorry, that's not really, but I mean, this whole is from that. Like, maybe work on that. I don't know. No, she just kind of like cuts herself off, and I was like, no, maybe I don't want to finish that thought.
Tell me how to live my life, damn it.
It's
Who is she directing that to?
Just sort of like
It's
the
the
group in
party.
general of like,
Oh.
you guys seem to overshare as a matter of course.
It's fine, Ambassador. It's just well, I don't know if you've ever traveled with a group of people you work with day in and day out, every day, all day. But conversation happens. By the way, how's your secretary doing? She wasn't looking too well a few moments ago when I saw her through the door.
Lucy's gonna do that.
She'll be fine. She'll be fine.
Maybe we could get her a fruitcake or something, because she hasn't done anything wrong.
Maybe you
Well-
should tell her that.
We're all just sort of, as you've sort of made it clear that things are rather serious in nature, we're all just concerned about the well-being of and security of the Empire, as one naturally would be as Imperial citizens, and we may have been more directly involved than we would have liked, and everyone's a little on edge.
It's
Edge
fine.
about what?
There is a very good chance that the security breach was actually Truekeeper Niece.
Why
Oh,
would a Truekeeper do this?
Note that Lucy doesn't know anything about the security breach
Yes.
or like
Yep.
none of wasn't there for any of that.
That's why I'm making her ask all these questions.
Yeah.
What? Wait, what? Security breach?
We'll fill you in later.
Fine.
I'm currently waiting for the sister to this stone to actually make it to an actual keeper. I talked to the Secretary of State to the Empire earlier, and well,
Noticing the stone. Have you been holding this?
well, yes.
Zar, my dear. That's not a good idea.
Haven't talked about anything overly important.
Knowing you, maybe. But anyways.
He's gonna put the stone up to his mouth and whisper into it, "Don't go to the mountain."
No, that's just rude. Fucking clown.
So, meanwhile, on the other end of the stone, there is a courier that is now, like,
Creep the fuck out.
basically wetting themselves mid-run as they're running across the city with the stone. 'Cause they're just like, I shouldn't be hearing any of this. I'm not hearing any of this. None of this.
It's like, I know nothing. Nothing.
And then you ominously whisper, "Don't go on the mountain." He's just like, nope.
You probably gave somebody a heart attack. That's not
Um,
nice.
Small victories.
Yeah.
For Zar.
But,
But anyway, Ambassador, it is a lovely city here.
yes, we're quite fond of it. It's been a fantastic second home for us, such as it is, a small slice of home away from home.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Very good.
But let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break
Alright.
here, and then we'll pick back up with the stone arriving in desired hands.
Yeah, I have to
Poor
completely
courier.
I have to completely rethink what I was going to be saying anyway, because now knowing that it was most likely Keeper Niece that was doing it, I don't. Oh God.
Maybe niece.
You don't know. We
Maybe.
don't 100% know. But yeah, you have to take that into
Yeah, but
consideration
I really
now.
don't want to get a true keeper in trouble, considering I'm locked on an island with her. So
Niece.
Yeah, that's probably a bad idea.
Niece.
Anyways, we will be back in 10 minutes. See you all shortly.
Ta-da! I'll be back real quick again. Kind of fussing.
all right,
All right. We are back
Say,
without the musk.
Huzzah! Okay, that's a little.
But-
Anyway, welcome back from break. We are picking up where we left off. The party has, after scattering about the city in various ways, has all reunited in the ambassador's office. They were waiting on the other half of a sending stone pair to make its way into Keeper's headquarters and in the hands of somebody somewhat on the up or end of things, a true keeper of some sort, or a grandmaster maybe if they're lucky or unlucky, depending on
Yeah.
your point of view. And
Zardan has it.
there's some iffiness on who they've given information to, but they've given information to somebody unintentionally, and are attempting to rectify that problem. So, you're in the office, idle chit chat. The courier currying the other half of the stone is trying very, very hard to tune out everything that's coming through the stone because you're being kind of a dick about it. And eventually, you hear sort of a very deep, commanding voice of just, you realize you've had this thing open all this time, you realize that there is now somebody on the other end of your sending stone.
Hello?
Zar.
What do you want?
This is Keeper Zar Vagosh. Who am I speaking to?
You are currently speaking to True Keeper Lorth Wintermore.
Do I know of this person?
You know that they are a high-ranking member of the Keepers who typically sort of coordinates things out of headquarters. True Keeper is just about as high as you can get without dying.
The Grandmaster.
So you haven't necessarily met in person, but you're familiar with them from the time that you spent at headquarters before shipping out here.
Yes, True Keeper. A couple of matters. First, there has been a breach of security at the Mosselheim embassy in UMLOT, and sensitive information may have made it, we're not sure. Someone was impersonating the ambassador while she was out.
Why were you giving sensitive information to an ambassador?
Because we had a very vague note from True Keeper, God, I keep forgetting her name.
Nis.
I keep saying that. Nis, saying, tell her everything. And it was rather vague, and as we opened the letter, we were staring at a ambassador. So, the orders weren't exactly clear.
But Keeper Czar, let me understand this. You have sensitive Keeper business. You received a note from True Keeper Nice and interpreted it as we should give this information to a non-keeper. Am I understanding you correctly? Is that what you have done?
Well, I do believe so, yes. In our defense, we don't exactly have clear lines of communication. It's been a bit of a rough go. And at that point, he's going to stop speaking and start using the stone and think his message to the guy. But there's actually another matter I need your assistance with.
Like, because
When you
that
stop-
that problem's not the issue.
Exactly.
When Zar stops speaking, Lucy looks puzzled. Like, what? What are you
You
doing?
go ahead and look puzzled because you hear none of this.
Mm-hmm.
I know. She's asking you what you're doing, though. What are you doing?
I've had contact with the insurgency and the rebels, and I am currently in means of perhaps infiltrating their ring. I need cover back on the mainland in Wood to get out that I am being investigated for perhaps crimes or heresy against the Empire as proof that I'm not exactly towing the party line, so that they will actually feel safe with contacting me so that I can infiltrate the resistance. This is not something I could trust through normal means or other people, because no one can really know. So I needed to speak to you directly.
You little shit. You little shit. You motherfucker.
And yes, Kim, I have been planning this for a while.
Wow.
You give me a headache, and it's like right here, like right behind the inside of my eyeball, and it just this is the czar headache, and it just lives right there.
But it's a good headache, though, because you gotta admit, that's pretty fucking crafty.
That's clever, I'll give you that much. But only that much.
There's a long pause on the other side of the sending stone. It's just. By what authority do you think you have the right to start pulling such? You've been empowered to resolve the dome, have you not?
We have, but our duty is also to find out who killed Keeper Silverheart, where those weapons come from, because they're all tied in together with the cultist, as we did find the symbol of the cultist on the weapons that killed him, and those weapons are believed to be used by insurgents, so it all winds itself together. And I'm sorry for overstepping my authority, however, I thought it was the duty of every keeper to safeguard the Empire at all times possible when they could.
Lordy.
It is. But keepers are meant to serve at the behest of their higher ranks. The fact that you've been given so much leeway to run about the island as you have is already abnormal enough.
I completely understand. However, I thought it would be best to bring this to the most capable hands so that I could get direction on whether or not to proceed, or just let the insurgents do whatever it is they're going to do and ignore them completely.
Just kind of mulling over what the hell's going on here. Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion v sending. This is a new one for me.
Come on.
Come on, shitty rolls for the night.
No.
That's actually pretty good.
Not too
That's-
bad.
Yeah, that's decent.
We've made headway on the insurgency problem in some of the other kingdoms, but I'll admit the island sits a bit beyond our grasp at the moment, and we have yet to find any sort of leadership structure. It's all been these cells and things, small groupings and clusters and nonsense of that sort. Very disorganized. Heresy. Why heresy?
Well, you've received the report, yes, of what we've done in the Druidic Alliance in hopes to reseal and heal that tree.
Ah!
Would he though?
considering he's coordinating all of these stuff
Hmm.
for the keepers, I'm sure he would have.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Figuring
you-
my grandfather knows most of the stuff we've done, so
Yeah.
it's probably
Yeah.
gotten back.
Just trying to keep track of like what you've been selective about and what you haven't. Um,
I applaud you, Kim. I do not envy your position.
I'm sorry. I'm not an easy player to deal with, and I apologize.
no,
Yeah,
it's
you're
it's. I mean, yeah, but no, it's fine. We're just working through it. You know, so
Yep.
you have actually done that then.
Shit.
Yes. And while I know it's not much of a defense, it has slowed the decay of the tree and also stabilized the Druidic Alliance for the time being.
You have confirmation. I'll verify it myself. Never mind. We'll have to let Fieldkeeper Petra know to stop what she's on her way to do, if that's the case.
And obviously, no one can really know, not even my other companions, if you were to give me permission to go forward with this. No one can know that I'm actually working for you and the Empire.
A double agent.
Some shady shit right there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Um,
dangerous.
This is what Czar was brought into the Keepers to do. It's specifically in his backstory. He is supposed to infiltrate and gather information.
Yes, but you were meant to be a bit further along before they started giving you enough slack in the rope to get away with that kind of nonsense. So it's kind of mulling it over.
Then
On the job training.
Yeah. Well,
learn as you go. Learn as you go.
heresy won't be a hard sell under those circumstances.
Oh.
We will need some sort of reliable dead drops and things of the sort are going to be quite difficult given the dome, but we'll need some sort of reliable way to ensure that you haven't slipped.
I understand. What do you suggest? Daily reports?
All the sending scrolls you need.
Well, no, I just played while keeping the stone anyway, so.
Oh my god.
I have an idea. I will have to touch base with Keeper Orma to see if she has the spells to pull it off on hand. If she does, she will arrange for a way for us to keep tabs on your whereabouts going forward.
Very well. That's fine. And in the meantime, do you want to hold on to that stone and I'll hold on to this one if you need to get into contact with me?
We can return the ambassador's pair now that I'm directly aware of what you're getting up to. I'll be in touch.
And this is one I will say out loud. It was a pleasure speaking with you, True Keeper. Further reports will be made through official channels as requested. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry again for bothering you.
And you just get back a tread carefully, keeper.
Always. Long live the Emperor. And I will pass the stone back to the ambassador.
Mm.
And she takes the stone back and gives like a trepid. Hello?
No. Dude, trust me, you don't want to.
And in her ear, she gets a response from her, like, timid hello, and just puts the stone down on her desk. Yes.
It should make it. It should make it back to where it needs to be by tomorrow, I'm sure. But I would suggest until then not picking that up.
There would be agreement on that point, I believe. So, what do you need? What do we need to?
Just the sending scrolls at this point. I've been given clear instructions on what to do going forward. Unfortunately, I cannot share that information with you as it is classified.
Sure. How many scrolls do you? It seemed like you've reached out with who you needed to. So, do you still need the scrolls, or?
Yes. We'll be in town for a while, so there will be plenty of time for you to make the scrolls.
All right. Well, we'll work up a couple for you.
Thank you. I would hate to have to borrow that stone again.
Yes. We given the limits of we find ourselves in, our communication lines are quite important to us.
Indeed, and if I have to contact the True Keeper again, he'll probably ask to speak with you and wonder why we weren't provided with other means of communication.
Mm-hmm.
Raise a brow at that.
She was nothing but nice to you guys,
I'm
and
being nice to her too.
you are
Uh-huh.
taking advantage of them. and
Zara is.
their hospitality, and it's just very.
Would we agree that it is time to go?
Yes, indeed. I believe we had some sights to see before the day was done.
So at this point, you've burned through a fair chunk of today with all of these shenanigans. It's like a mid to late afternoon. 'Cause you started things off like first thing in the morning, so you got a fair bit of day left, but you burned through a good chunk of it.
All right. I think we'll probably I'll probably around dinner time probably check in with Bella again.
I'll go with you.
So until then, I guess we'll probably grab a late lunch and.
More meat kebabs.
Okay, so you head out of the embassy. There's all you can. As you make your way through the hallways and back down the stairs to the front door, there's a lot of sort of like whispers and things as you pass, but much more sort of. Whereas prior to today's events, everyone had been like, "Oh, hey, how are you? Nice to see you." Super like warm and friendly. Everyone's a little bit sort of pulled back, and there's some whisper. You see like a couple cubicles sort of whisper into themselves and things as you pass by. That kind of it's a sort of a chilled reception as you pass through and you head outside. Not quite as bad as it's been in other places, but everything's sort of sedated, I guess would be a better way to phrase it.
On our way to go see Orma, I would like to stop off at a bakery and send pastries to the embassy with a little note thanking them all for the fine work that they are doing.
Okay. How, like, you're gonna feed the building? You're gonna feed a few people? Just how many dozen donuts are you gonna send over, kind of a thing?
Like 3 dozen.
Okay.
Maybe a floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 dozen sounds good. I mean, it's enough to show, hey, everything's okay. Have a donut.
Mhm.
You're doing the emperor's work. It's all good.
Okay.
Go fucking
Um,
mess with us. We'll burn your building down.
Yeah. It is there a specific country's bakery that you would like to take the long way around and send pastries from, or do you want to just grab the first one, whatever's close
Well,
by?
Obviously, Marselheim, since it's the Marselheim embassy. So
Which one
We
has the
will-
most tastiest?
yeah, we want to send them the stuff that would remind them of home and of security and of the stability of the empire. So definitely something from home.
Okay.
Right. Which one's the tastiest?
That's why I shouldn't ask these. I was like, it'll be nice. I'll ask you, but maybe you want to send them something exotic. Realistically, the Valley of Inspiration would probably have the most renowned chefs and bakers. So if you wanted to send upper crust, top end, oh my god,
Sure.
pastries. But if you want to send comfort food, which is not a bad idea, that's not a bad plan. You can find a bakery in Marselheim without too much trouble.
Stick with the
yeah,
muscle harm.
yeah. We'll send them the comfort food. And then if we end up going back again and they're still all kind of creepy and everything, then we'll shell out the extra coin for the
Yeah.
more expensive stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We'll buy their love.
Yeah, that's actually somewhat compassionate. That's a little bit.
God, why does everybody think Sora's so bad?
You make him.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think you're plotting that the group doesn't know about? That's probably why.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know why they would think he's bad since they don't know about it.
No, but you just mysteriously went quiet for several minutes of conversation, and then we're just like, oh well, thanks for that lovely conversation, and everyone's just kind of looking at you like, well, what about the rest?
Somebody needs to ask him about
It's
it.
the
then.
players. It's the players who feel that way, not the characters.
Yeah.
True.
So you swing by a bakery, order up a couple dozen, tell them to drop them off first thing in the morning tomorrow, so they've got them with their morning coffee and tea, and it costs you about $1.50.
All right. I'll pay.
And then you head back down the elevators into UMLOT proper. Right, so you work your way around the rings, find the right level to get off the elevator at for Bella's shop, and work your way around through the town. You're gonna pit stop anywhere? You just man on a mission, or
Do we cross any kind of religious buildings along the way?
And if so, are they part of the old town or the new town? Because if we're all together, I'm sure Kinley and I would let Finnegan know that it's too new for what we're looking for.
So on the ring that you're on for Bella's shop, you do pass a shrine, like a small shrine. It's not like a full-blown temple. It's more of a smaller shrine kind of a deal that looks like it might be devoted to one of the gods of craft. But aside from that, the temple district is on a different ring on a different side of the lake.
All right. Yeah, it's a bit far away.
And this is newer part of the city, not old ancient part of the city, right?
Yes, the section
Okay.
that you're the ring that you're on is newer. It's
Yeah.
not. If you wanted to go like original founding, you'd be on like the bottom most
Okay.
couple of rings.
OG rings.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then you find yourselves back at Bella's shop. Coming inside.
Anybody waiting in line?
There is not anyone waiting in line. There is, from the light indication, there's someone in the shop, but there's no one else like waiting in the lounge area. So you safe bet it'll be a few minutes or so for them to do whatever transaction they're doing.
Sit down and wait our turn.
Yeah. So does anybody ask Czar about him going quiet while talking to the guy? Cause
Yeah,
No.
you bet your ass Lucy will.
Lucy was asking you mid being quiet, so.
oh,
Yeah.
well, I just figured with all of the information breaches we had, everything I had to say with the ambassador in the room should have been said quietly and not out loud.
So now you're deciding that we should be more careful about what we say, Master Don't Go on the Mountain?
No, yes, I think that's a lesson we can all learn. Don't you think so, Miss Athena? Miss,
That's fair.
that's just runic magic.
I said that's rune, not runic magic. At least get it right if you're trying to quote me. Gosh.
Mic drop.
But yes, I was trying to be more discreet.
Is that all? No requests or anything? Have we bothered, Well, actually, who have you been in touch with, I wonder?
It
Was it
True,
Kinley's grandfather?
it was True Keeper.
Winter.
I didn't write his name
Mix.
down.
Winter
Win-
mix.
Wintermore.
That was close.
True Keeper Wintermore. You remember him from the academy, right?
Can't say I do.
Really uptight, strong personality. Do it by the book kind of guy. I know Kinley knows who I'm talking
Most of them are uptight assholes, but yes.
Yeah.
about. He's a hard ass.
Mm.
And I felt sorry for the ambassador when she took the stone back and said hi. Probably like threatened to destroy her family or something.
Or maybe he had handed it over? Who knows? Well, whenever we're back at the house, I have some interesting bits of information I have gleaned while you sent me on your what should we say? Inquiry.
All right. Also, he's gonna kind of lean over to you, Lucy. When we get back to the house, I have something to tell you and Kinley as well.
She's gonna eye you with a bit of suspicious. No,
He just winks.
that does not help at all. More suspicions.
I solemnly swear I am up to no good.
As a
Yeah, that's why she's suspicious.
So, after a few minutes of you kind of sitting back and taking a breather and decompressing a little bit, the person who was in the shop comes out and passes through. They look well-to-do, perhaps not nobility per se, but they're definitely wealthy. Like it seems like that's sort of a recurring theme with her clientele. There doesn't exactly cater to the average citizen, but another minute or two and the light goes off indicating that it's clear to enter the shop as the next party.
Alright. Guess we head back.
Alright.
And if only there was a keeper blacksmith in town that didn't cater to just the rich and famous.
Jeez.
Good job.
Do believe that is not that great of an idea, Za. Just a hinge.
I didn't say that out loud.
Oh, I thought you did.
No.
If only. So
My
you
bad.
you make your way into the shop, and Finnegan and Kinley, you see the familiar face of Bosk. Has sort of dropped the pretense at this point since you're already.
Well, I would still call him by his name, whatever form he's in. So,
Yeah.
like I said, we're keeping a secret, so.
I'm gonna call him Dugan, regardless of what he looks like.
Jeez.
Oh, is he like gray-skinned changeling at the moment?
Yeah.
Oh, is he?
Zard probably
Okay.
like, ah! Just like be taken aback, and I don't think he's
Zard-
ever seen a changeling in her true form, so...
Relax.
Didn't expect to see you like this when we got here.
Dugan, what you doing?
Well, it registered you as the ones coming in the door, so I thought this would be most. You didn't let the rest of them
No.
know.
You-
No.
Literally told us to keep it on
We
the down
kept
low.
our mouth shut.
I fellow keepers, just sort of assumed you seemed like a close bunch. All right. This is a
So-
little awkward. I'm sorry.
It wasn't a state secret. It's not like something we need to tell them.
Really, you know this person?
Yeah, this is Dugan.
Yeah, this is. Jesus Christ.
Zar looks even more
This-
confused.
Um,
Why don't you just show them? It would be a whole lot easier than trying to explain this to them.
Yes, of course. And there's
Wait,
like
wait. When he starts to change, I go, magic.
Magic.
there's like a brief sort of like softening of flesh as it moves, rearranges and shifts, and Doldek is standing in front of you, the dwarf that you had met the day prior, and it's just, I'm Bella's assistant / shopkeeper.
Like I said, way easier than me trying to explain that.
alright.
It's Dugan.
Yes.
That is a very neat trick. You are very talented. Although I
It's-
have to admit, I almost soiled myself walking in here, but it's okay.
We try to avoid that as much as we can. That was an unfortunate.
No, it's fine. Happens all the time. There's at least 2 or 3 things a week that almost makes one of us soil ourselves. So this was no problem. Sorry.
Sounds like you're well on your way to being true keepers at that rate.
Oh God.
Elvin.
They do encounter their fair share of nerve-wracking troubles from
Oh, yes.
from what I've heard from Bella.
Lovely.
Let me see if she's ready for you. Feel free to look about. I trust your armor is suiting you nicely, Lucy.
Oh yeah, like a pair of well-fitted gloves.
Fantastic.
That's smile.
And
Gauntlets.
excuses himself.
No, she did
And-
say gloves.
Disappears in the back through the door into the hallway. A couple minutes go by. Is there anything you guys want to do while you're waiting?
Just hang out and wait.
Yeah,
M-
probably.
maybe-
Yeah.
Maybe play with one of the weapons. I have no idea what it does or how it works.
Okay, gonna stay away from Zar. Got it.
Hang on. I'm gonna prepare something for when he does walk in.
Oh God. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me, Zar.
I'm apparently good at those. And lucky.
You don't want to
Oh.
face plant in front of Lucy?
No, I don't want to lose my faith. Oh my god!
Wow.
What the
It's
hell?
the lucky curse, guys. It is the lucky curse.
It's the campaign curse, to be
that's
fair.
a double natural 1.
Here we
Is that
go. I'll
better?
deal with the 13. I don't want to blow my last luck point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you pick up one of the more exotic weapons, and you're like, how hard could this thing be? I don't know. It doesn't seem so bad. I'm proficient with martial weapons. This will be fine. And
You
you
break
start
it.
kind of moving it about a little bit, and you notice it starts picking up like momentum as it sort of the blades sort of like waving back and forth, almost like a snake, and it starts to pick up momentum, and it's getting a little unwieldy, and you have a couple of close calls with it, and then you finally kind of get it under control, and you're like, whew, that could have been very, very unfortunate.
Who the
But-
hell
but-
would want that?
Luck was on your side, and you
Yes.
managed to get away without losing any sort of important parts.
Yeah.
But as you're sort of like starting to get it under control, Bosk returns from the hallway and it's like, she'll see. Oh dear God, no! Don't you put it down. Just slowly. So you do not know how to use that, do you?
No. Why would somebody want this?
It's fantastic if you've trained in it, but you clearly have not. Please don't cut off anything important.
No, trust me. I'm doing my best not to. I will very carefully put it back.
And then when he looks over at the rest of the party, I'm gonna go wave my hands, go magic, and then I'm gonna change it to a great owl, and then change right back.
Okay,
off.
sure. Why not? That's
Well,
hopefully
screw it.
you won't need that.
And
From
as
now
he
on-
does that, oh, sorry, go.
Whenever he does the magic thing, Shelly's going to press these some sparkles over him.
This is gonna be a great show, boys.
I like it.
I love it.
So at that wild shape and Sparkles is just looking at you like, are you sure you're keepers? Yeah.
Officially right now, no.
Well, he's not. We are.
Yes.
She's happy to see you. Please come this way. You can tell that it's a bit of yeah, no, she's happy to see you guys. It's great that you're here. Come on back. There's a certain sort of insincerity to it, just sort of readily apparent on the way he says it, and leads you guys into the forge space where Belle is waiting for you, and is finishing up a piece. She's been busy all day. So, did you find out anything concrete? Anything significant?
Not on our end. Did you happen to be able to reach her at all?
Well, the only piece of information that I would say we did pick up was that one of the reports, it was made in duplicate, was actually filed away as it was supposed to be, but the second one was missing. So if it was Truekeeper niece, I would suspect she has hold of it.
Well, she did not bother to reply when I reached out to her.
Of course.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a long shot. If she was trying to pull one over on you, she doesn't have intentions of owning up to it. I tried to make clear the potential misunderstanding, but it didn't seem to move her.
I did speak to the head of logistics at the Keeper Home Office and did apprise them of the situation.
Yes, I've already heard
Oh,
from Wintermore. He's was a rather interesting conversation. His request was, let's just say, abnormal And she's like,
I just sort of thought, well, you know, I mean, you can ask any of my friends here. I'm quite needy, so same goes for my armor. Just trying to make it like clear to her they don't know.
Needy? You make your own stuff. How is that needy?
I'm not good with leather, and these metal studs. I'm not quite sure I got them in there right.
Ooh, speaking of armor.
Yes. While we're sitting around here for armor, you wouldn't happen to have, I don't know, a set of mithril half plate lying around?
Mithril, you say?
oh yes, I have it right here in my back pocket.
You never know. You make some some stuff for rich people, so who knows what you have lying around here.
To be fair, Miss Bella, if you did have it in your back pocket, I'd be thoroughly impressed.
It's something that we can potentially accommodate. I don't have a set lying around, as something like that is generally done custom to order.
Well, what are we looking at to get a set? Because I kind of need to improve what I got going on here. Especially since I feel that things are going to get a little more messy going forward.
Yeah.
Let me.
You know my my family's good for it, so.
Yes, but they're not exactly inside the dome now.
Yeah,
are
and we're
they?
not exactly giving us much of a stipend while we're in here either, so.
Zar's just kind of like watching Kinley and shaking his head sadly, like that's not how it works. You're not doing it right.
He doesn't know how to bargain.
Negotiation done poorly. Jesus.
He's just like you're in no position to try and no. She's higher on the chain. You can't just go in there and guilt her into it.
Ask if she has 500 pounds of iron too.
But she's kind of mulling it over and looking at you and thinking about, well, you're keepers, but at the same time, roll a persuasion check for sort of what kind of an impression you're making.
I'm sure it's going to be terrible.
A very sociable one, trust me.
You're not that terrible. Come on.
If it's going to roll, are you going to roll?
I'm wanting a flat 10. Give me a flat 10.
Are you going to roll? I guess you're not going to roll.
Oh.
So I guess I want to roll from here.
It's super buggy.
Give me a flat 10. Come on.
Look, it's gonna roll twice. Now that you've tried to
Or
roll
it's
it.
not going to roll at all. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Not what I wanted.
Nope, not what I wanted. I'm cursed by Zar's rolls.
It's just how it goes on Tuesdays.
I'm sorry. I watched a TV show that had Will Wheaton in it yesterday.
God damn it! Stop doing that!
So,
guy.
mithril half plate from my forge is going to run you $17.50.
1750.
Yeah, gold pieces.
Not bronze? Dang it.
Could have been platinum, then you just shit your pants and walk away without anything. But it's gold pieces.
That's chump change.
Well, it's something for my family. I mean, I could put $500 down on it, 500 gold down on it, and my parents will be good for the rest, once we get out of this, or we get access to some more money.
I don't have much, Kinley, but I can throw 100 gold your way.
We live kind of high and dry, being cut off from everybody else. But we're trying to equip ourselves and supply ourselves the best we can.
Hmm.
I will spot you what you need.
You're a rich man now? Is Finn now a rich man?
Finnegan's not been spending a whole lot out of the money that you have been getting. But we'll take half as a deposit, and I'll build them for the rest. I can understand it's not easy being cut off from your resources. I would imagine it's quite the change of pace for you.
It is. It quite is.
There's definitely a lot of changes going on.
It's why some of us choose to be self-sufficient and to kind of.
When you say changes, I'll look towards the door to see if the changeling's there at all.
It's standing there too.
Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to be as self-sufficient as this. We have, a world to save.
All right. I'll set to work on that for you, but first we have other matters to attend to.
All right. So with everyone's help, we cover the half cost and.
And then she kind of works her way through you guys, since you're just sort of standing around-ish the door. It's like, you can follow me, and she gestures at Czar and Finnegan in particular, like, to come with her.
Under my breath, I go, oh, what did I do wrong this time?
Czar goes to follow.
And she sort of turns back. You're the wizard of the bunch, aren't you? Sort of gesturing towards Shelly. You can come as well. You might appreciate this. And
All right, cool.
You're the wizard of the bunch.
You're the wizard. Are you the wizard, Harry?
leads you into another room off to the side here. As you come into this room, you see that it is also lined on all the walls with more of these half hammerheads, varying sizes and shapes and things of that sort, but it's all the walls. And then she walks up to a table in the middle of the room, sort of walks around a little bit, and sort of gestures over the surface of the table a bit, and a compartment reveals itself. She opens it up, and she pulls out a sort of disc-shaped piece of metal that, at this point, you'd be familiar enough with it to know it's roughly your badge shape in size and dimensions. And she puts it down on the table and closes the compartment. And she looks up at Czar and says, "I need yours as well."
I pass mine over.
She puts it down and off to the side for a minute, and kind of looks up at Finnegan a bit, and it's just, they must really think you bunch her on to something to be having me do this. Normally they would just send you home. And
Well, they really can't. We're kind of stuck here. And I think we're pretty much all they've got.
But she kind of moves her hands over it a bit, and you can tell right away that she's casting some sort of spell, and she does a bit of like a CPR chest compression on the top of it, and there's a pulse, and where there had just been a blank disc of metal, there is now a keeper rank badge with the hands and the bound chains and everything that looks just like Czar's and yours, Shelly. And just slides it over the table to Finnegan. do not lose this one. I don't want to have to do this again. And slides it over in your direction.
That was really cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of give a friendly like slap on the back to Finnegan. You're alive again. Congratulations.
And then she slides over Czar's, and you can tell that she's basically given you like a glare beyond glare. You can tell that she's very sort of uncomfortable with what's been asked of her in this instance. But she's getting ready to cast another kind of spell of some sort, and this one actually takes a bit more time than the other one did. That the one to make a badge is something that she does not often, but it's a spell that she does as routine. This one is a bit different. She's putting a bunch of effort into it. It takes some time, but eventually there is a pulse of magic, and she slides it back over to you and just says, that should do what's been asked. There's a bit of like, I really don't trust you to do what's like. You get that sense of she's just like, this is a really bad fucking idea, but she gives it to you anyway.
Thank you, Phil. Take my badge back and pin it back on.
All right.
Did you get a promotion?
Nah.
No, it didn't change in appearance at all.
I know. He's gonna ask it regardless.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just a better way of communication with the true keeper.
And at that, it's just I will set to work on that half plate. That scale mail that you asked about, do you still want that as well?
Well, I mean, we haven't even talked prices, and you know I don't come from a lineage of rich, line-to-pocket people.
You seem to scrounge up a decent amount in a hurry.
Wouldn't need to be. What are we talking here?
What did we say that it was last week? We talked about it, and
Depends. Are we talking about the first one or the second one?
the first one, because we haven't.
We're talking in platinum then.
Yeah, we were. I just couldn't remember the exact number.
You said somewhere in the range of 20, 25, 20, or 1250 platinum.
Yeah, that's right. It's quite a step up from.
Finnegan's jaw's just gonna like.
But it's quite a bit of magic.
I'm gonna look over to Zard's like, is that a? Did she like move some decibels by accident?
No, that's the price.
You're asking for a lot.
I mean, it's a rare metal. I don't even know how much in components that would cost. You know, I'm not the magical type, but
The other
Just
one was only
built-
1250.
well, yeah, but it definitely didn't require individual scales to be hammered out and positioned and sized perfectly, and that's a lot of work.
Oh, you're doing that individual. I thought this was like the way it worked with Shelley's or with Lucy's is just like, and it happens. So I just assumed that's how you do all the metal.
It's a little bit different when you're dealing with the rarer ores as well as the enchantment that you want on there. It is the bulk of the effort on a piece like this.
Oh. Okay. Let's think of it in installments. I pay for the armor I can afford, and then I'll come back when I can afford the enchantment. Maybe.
So I think
Maybe.
we do. I mean, I've still got 100 gold left. I could throw your way. I mean, of course, I'll be broke again. What else is new?
Let's say the enchantment is a tentative. What are we looking at now?
You, without the enchantment, you want just a white mithril scale mail. Was it with or without the snowflake embellishments? You had
The-
mentioned it, but then I think you gave up on that.
Snowflakes would be freaking awesome.
But you could get those later, Finnegan. So,
That's
so
true,
why not
that's
just
true,
go
that's
with the base set right now?
Okay. We'll go with the white mithril scale mail for now. Basic. Very simple, plain, nothing too fancy. As he's saying this, his asking price is already way up.
I just look over to Shelly and I don't understand their obsession with these special armors. Just leather works just fine for me, and you've got your shell.
Yeah, but I mean, I know how important shells can be, and if you gotta have a fake one, then you gotta have a fake one. So
It's true.
Finnegan has no idea of the process of blacksmithing whatsoever.
So for white mithril scale mail, you're looking at 900 gold.
I slapped down 950 for the trouble.
Just like that, huh?
I just watched Finnegan slap down gold on her very expensive enchanting table.
And go, I'll take the first installment.
Finnegan, I think you're supposed to pay the
Oh,
shopkeeper.
That's right. Dugan. That's right. My apologies. And I'll just start like slowly like moving the gold back into the
Dugan,
bag.
Jesus.
I make that eye contact with Bella again, except I'm not. The eye contact I'm making is I'm sorry, but this is my life.
Mhm. So you slap down the gold, and then you and like scrape it off the table and back into your bag, and
Right.
you notice that the table doesn't even like bat an eyelash at that. It just no scratches, no marks, no nothing. It looks as pristine as ever. As you just scrape the gold off, and
I want to rub my hand on it. How smooth.
it's exceptionally smooth. It's not polished to a mirror finish, but you feel like if you put a drop of wax on it, it would basically be like a mirror, kind of. It's like pristine smooth.
So seeing Finnegan like molest her table and everything and be like all creepy and shit, I'm gonna put my hand on her shoulder. Oh, Finnegan, did I tell you about the snow globe I found on the next level up?
What?
Yeah, let's go pay for your armor and I'll take you to go see it. And I'll just kind of give her a look like I'm gonna get him out of here.
Oh, have a great day, Bella. When I defeat a dragon and steal his hoard of gold, I'll be back for my enchantment. Or something along the lines of...
Well, you've got to come back and pick up your armor. But first, let's get out here and pay for it. I
Right.
think we've taken up enough of the field keeper's time.
rob an entire kingdom.
So you work your way back out to the front to the shop where Bosk is sort of like ringing up Kinley for her armor purchase, sort of dropping the gold that you pooled together for her down payment, and is putting it away into the register. and you let him know what you're up to as well. And it's like, all right, cash money, hand it over, rings you up as well, gives you basically like claim tickets to come back for your
Yeah.
items. We know you at this point, but it's more just a matter of policy to come back with your claim ticket to redeem your items when they're ready, which
Yep.
we will be sure to notify you.
All right.
Some of my taxes at the end of the year.
Write it off as business expense.
Business expense. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what this is.
Technically,
Arguably, yeah, you probably could. But yeah. So you get your claim tickets and your, gold has been deposited. Is there anything else you would like to do before heading out on your merry way again?
trying to figure out how much Lucy would have pitched in with to deduct from my fucking gold.
Does she have a time frame on the armor?
3 weeks.
To get both of them done, it's probably looking at let's see. We're looking at about maybe 4 to 5 days is Bosk's best guess. No guarantees. We'll let you know when it's actually ready, but
All right.
given who it's for, I'm sure she'll try to prioritize it.
Cool. Well, we got a few days to investigate the city then, so do what we need to do around here.
While they're taking care of after they leave the room and they're taking care of their purchase and stuff, Zara's gonna kind of hang back with Bella for a minute in the room.
Okay.
And he's not the best at this, and kind of awkwardly, he's just gonna kind of lean forward and go, any advice, Field Keeper? I mean, I'm sure the True Keeper told you pretty much everything why we needed this, but
the best advice I can muster for you at the moment would be not to forget whose side you're meant to be on. You may not have taken your vow just yet, but I would encourage you to behave as though you have.
I'm gonna nod. I know where my loyalties lie. Field Keeper, thank you. Well, I suppose we'll see you in a few days, unless you need us before then.
Likewise, if you learn anything of urgency, do let me know. This city is my home as much as it is, as much as Marcelheim may be, this is my home.
One other thing. I am looking into renting a local forge just for my own work and for research for Kenley. I just thought I would tell you personally so you don't find out later that, a keeper's opening up a blacksmith shop in the same town. I'm not trying to do anything, nor do I even think I could compete with you anyway. I just wanted to let you know ahead of time.
I appreciate the courtesy. I'm not overly concerned with such matters.
Just
You have enough on your plate to keep you rather busy, I would imagine.
I do, absolutely. I just didn't want you to get the wrong idea or impression.
Hmm.
According to my companions, I apparently give the wrong impression a lot, so I'm trying to work on it a little bit.
Yes, considering your latest endeavor, that may be a good thing to strive for. A poor impression may leave you high and dry.
It could indeed. So, well, again, thank you, Billkeeper. I'll give her kind of a polite, semi-formal bow before rejoining the rest of the group.
So, Shelly, you threw down a detect magic while you were in the room that Bella was working on the badges in. So the entirety of the room has a pretty substantial glow to it, much like the hammerheads in the hallway. All of these heads are glowing with various schools of magic. The glow is considerably brighter on the heads in this room than the ones in the hallway, as though the potency of the magic is quite a bit more substantial on these than those.
Are these Smith's hammers or are they like war hammers?
They're various sizes of warhammer, maul-sized hammerheads. They're weapon heads more so than smith heads.
I'm gonna pick out like the brightest, weirdest looking color and be like, hey, what's that one do? Sorry.
Roll that dice.
Roll that die. The brightest, weirdest looking color. What would that one be? Realistically.
Well,
Fiendbane.
Fiend
Oh,
Bane,
no.
huh?
one day you're gonna let it slide. One day.
Someday.
Nope.
Oh wait, it's WizKid. Never mind.
It's a
Hammer of demon slaying.
My concern for you, Lucy, is that the day that they let that slide will be because you've replaced it with something worse.
Yeah, let's make that happen.
Yeah, that's my concern for you on that front. But you point to an especially interesting head that's hanging on the wall, and she looks at it and kind of gives you a sort of a smirk, and oh, that is the bye-bye head.
I'm sorry. You called it
Bye bye head. A bye bye head.
Yeah, just real candid about it, and it's just, oh yeah.
That's,
All right. Cool.
that's the
Bye
bye-bye
bye head.
Jeez.
Sounds good.
What the fuck?
Gets the point across.
What does it do?
Thanks for letting me see all this stuff. It's really cool.
Makes it go bye-bye.
Yep.
So you, the school on that head is abjuration. It's like the predominant color coming off of that head is abjuration magic.
Is that banishment?
Oh, fuck. Oh.
But the predominant color in there is abjuration, so that once she gives you the name of it, that's what your mind jumps to. But you can tell that there's something else to it as well. It's not just a straight, like there's something else funky to it, but it's not clear what it is.
I just wanted to let her know that I am interested if she ever wants to chat about things because it's
Chat
cool.
about it.
I appreciate her work.
I've put quite a bit of time into curating my collection. I'm glad that you appreciate it as a practicer of the arcane. It's a little more tactile than some of the other wizard keepers tend to appreciate.
I mean, you can't always just make them go boom, right? Sometimes what we do best is to help other people to fulfill what they need to do in the best way they can.
Indeed, and very much so. Yeah, so that's what you got out of that. But yeah, so all of that was and roll, because you were in the room when she was doing the badge work. You had detect magic up. Everything was glowing. Go ahead and make a perception check and an arcana check. Okay, that's not bad. So you're a little distracted by everything glowing around you and trying to process all the different auras and schools of magic on some of these heads, and you're just like, well, that's a whole bunch of evocation magic and illusion magic and conjuration magic and transfiguration, and you're bouncing all over the place, but you catch the magic pulses that she does into the badge. The one into Finnegan's is transfiguration, remembering that correctly. I'm bad about getting the school names wrong.
It's transmutation.
Transmutation. I always say transfiguration. That's my Harry Potterness rolling to surface.
Wrong franchise. It's cool.
Yeah. Close enough. And then you're not 100% sure what went into Czar's. It sort of looked like a divination aura, but it went by a little too, like, you caught it, but you didn't get a chance to process the colors clearly. You just caught, was that, what, did she put a divination thing on there? But you're not 100% clear on the specifics of it. But yeah, so escorts you back out, finish your transaction in the shop. And if there's anything else you want to do, now's the time. Otherwise, you head outside and on your merry way. And I've put you on this map twice. You cross paths with a set of doppelgangers. Oh God, fight them to the death. No.
Twin Becky's.
Oh God. So yeah, so you finish up in the shop. She escorts you out, and Bosk leads you to the exit of the shop. You let yourselves out into the lounge and out the front door, and back onto the city streets. It is now past dinner time into early evening. There's still a few taverns and things of that type open. Most shops have started to wind down for the day. But yeah, that's... what would you like to get up to with your evening, or are you just going to head back and go to bed?
Well,
Shall we go back to the home?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Lucy. I think it's a little bit too late now to go check out Old Town. We can set out and do that in the morning, unless we get, waylaid by finding out that wasn't the real Bella. And
Ooh, excellent question. Before we leave, hey, Bella, is there any way I can bonk you real fast? Make sure you're not a demon.
I'm sorry, you want to what me?
he wants to touch you with his stick.
It's this stick here. It worked on Dugan.
And she looks at him and he kind of shrugs. Like, I don't know what the hell it does. It unshifted me. I
just want to make sure you're not fooling even your own
That's a bit late.
safety. Yeah, I mean,
I should have done that before.
yeah, it would have been a good idea to do that earlier in the
Finnegan,
conversation.
I don't think she would be able to make you a badge if she wasn't
who she said she was.
What if she's
Yeah.
neat? Talk to her. Talk to
Well,
Nix.
well, then
Yes.
she's even higher on the food chain, and that you're being even more insulting at that point. Let's go. I'll buy you some meat on a stick.
All right, next time, Bella. Next time.
If you're going to make a thing of this, be done with it. And she just kind of sticks her hand out, and it's like,
Vincent will like quickly like waddle over there. We're good. We're good.
nothing happens.
We're good, guys. All right, and then just waddle right back out the door. Thanks, Bella.
Next, before we get to business, perhaps?
Meh.
Lucy's shaking her head like, Alright, so I'm guessing we're all going back to the house?
Yes, let's get some food and head home.
Guess so.
Getting some food. Then home.
Okay. So you are on the lower part of the city, making your way around town. Things are a little bit calmer than they were earlier in the day, and even the last couple of days. You were very sort of like focused and driven, things to do, stuff to see, people to talk to, but now you're just kind of like, okay, deep breath, let's go. You're gonna make a detour to go check out the address that you gave to Lucy, or you're just gonna be like, no, we'll just let that go.
We'll check it tomorrow.
Okay.
It's exhausting talking to politicians all day,
Very dusty.
among other things.
So you make your way kind of around town, and you're scoping out. You can see that there's a few different sort of like walk up takeaway type food places, stalls cooking away different kinds of meats and carry away dishes, things that you can walk and talk with, kind of foods. There's also a few taverns and things that you can actually go in and sit down and have a couple drinks if you want to, all that kind of stuff, scattered about as you sort of meander through this ring.
What do y'all think? Take away or sit in?
Oh, I'm good for
Take away.
I'm good for a sit-in meal. I'm tired of sitting in the house all day. It's like,
And all, but I have important information that needs.
Okay.
Say-
True. That's true.
What about that snow globe you were talking about earlier?
Too late for that. I do believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say snow globe? I meant lava globe. I'm sorry.
You look. I understand. One's a lava lamp, and the other one's a snow globe.
Well, I think the lava was so hot that it looked white and it reminded me of snow.
Oh, I totally understand. Ignorance.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I just called you ignorant.
Jesus.
I know, but considering I sort of tricked him, I'm just gonna take it. Alright, so how about we get takeout tonight, Kinley, and tomorrow we'll sit down to a nice meal somewhere.
Sure.
Alright.
Sounds good.
Treat.
Might as well. I'm throwing my gold everywhere else. Why not on a meal for everyone, too?
Yeah, why not? So you spot a
Well, I gave 100 to Kinley.
very much so, comparatively.
So yeah, we'll grab some kebabs and stuff and head back.
Yeah, some good decent takeaway and make our way back to the house.
Okay. You don't have too much trouble with that. They cook it up fresh. Everything looks pretty decently tasty. The food in town's been high quality for the most part. You haven't gone anywhere real sort of like low rent as you've been moving through town, so things are decent.
We'll get Shelly some turtle food and
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna bring you
now
guys shish kebabs from home. It's fine.
you work your way through the ring, heading back in the general direction of the elevators. Now that things have calmed substantially, Finnegan, you notice, and Shelly as well, you both sort of notice there's this low sort of hum coming from the various light sources. Like when you're up at the takeaway stall and things like that, you
Like
sort of
magical light sources are like humming.
the light sources are giving off like a very sort of like faint
Weird.
hum.
Rhythmic hum or just a static hum?
Just like a static kind of hum, just a real low volume, low key. It's something that when you're otherwise preoccupied, it'd be easy to miss. But now that you guys have sort of like calmed a bit, Shelly, go ahead and make an Arcana check for me. So it stands out to you in particular because normal magical light sources, continual flames and things of that sort, which is what you would naturally assume these to be, don't make that sound. So it, like, Finnegan hears it just sort of humming in the background of him, but it catches your attention specifically for that reason, that you're like, well, not supposed to do
Weird.
that.
It's weird.
But yeah, so you sort of pick up on that lightly in the background as you get your takeaway and work your way back to the elevator, and the elevator takes you back upstairs, and you head back for home.
Oh, sweet.
As we're walking, do I notice if any other light sources up on the surface make hum noises, or was it only down below?
On the, on the upper level around the lake, those light sources are either, now that you're like stopping to take take notice of it, are either traditional torches or continual flames, magical light sources of that nature. So they do not have that same sound.
Very weird.
Let them know that I noticed it, though,
Now,
so everybody's on the same page.
do we know if the volcano powers the lights here?
I guess that is a question we could inquire about next visit down there.
Yeah.
Are you talking about thermal energy, or are you talking about them actually just like using lava?
Well, I mean, if the pillar's here and it's getting interrupted, is something interrupting it? That's what I'm suggesting. Remember, things were going weird in the Druid Kingdom when they were attacking the tree.
No, actually, Finnegan doesn't.
Well, those other of us do know.
Good point.
But yeah, so you've made your way back to the townhouse. You settle in. Lucy, you had pressing information, urgent, had to go home and tell everybody, and then you can otherwise discuss.
I've learned that there has been some people flying over the lake, apparently for some kind of artistic behavior, but that's not allowed for some reason.
I went swimming in the lake yesterday. It's a big deal.
No, the lava lake, Finnegan.
Uh,
Some people were up over the lava lake.
Well, I mean, I can understand why they wouldn't want somebody flying over there. If you fell in, you're pretty much dead.
Yes, but it's only been apparently one instance, and recently.
Was
Heat-resistant kite.
was there an old man running around the lake telling people not to swim in it?
Nope,
I mean-
they did get apprehended.
I mean, to be fair, we
That's
haven't
good.
gone around the edges of the lava lake to find said old man.
Yeah. We haven't looked for a
Oh.
lava lake old man yet.
When I
were-
say apprehended, it was fined and then let go, most probably. I believe.
That's not much to go on, but it's good to know.
It's probably in the record somewhere.
Yeah, Czar, don't you go flying over the lava lake, you'll get fined.
You know, I dreamed once I had a flying broom, but
A flying
That'll,
broom.
that'll never happen if you're as broke as you are all the time.
I know, right? You gotta keep giving out loans to people, and I just kind of grin and nudge Kinley a little bit. Considering I borrowed money from her last time.
Hey, gotta pay it back one way. That
Yeah.
sounds like a way.
Well, it was pretty much a rather boring day sitting in that office for most of the day.
Yeah, that was
Not.
some unpleasant information we got. Great, bright early morning that we took off. Whew.
Yeah, it was, and the fact that it seems we almost wasted a complete day of investigation because Truekeep and Niece wanted to have fun with
What?
us is kind of frustrating.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you got to see a changeling, so I mean that's one in the books, right?
I never want to. Was that their like true form?
Yeah.
That gray kind of saggy skin thing.
Yeah, I believe that is their true form.
I never want to see that again.
That's not very nice.
I'm
right?
gonna have nightmares. No, I'm a very nice person, but that is something that nightmares are made out of.
And this is why he's insecure, to where he always has to shape change, because no
First
one will
the
accept him for
tieflings
who
and
he
now
is.
the changelings.
I've never seen one before.
That's a
I
bit
thought-
rude,
I
Zla.
thought it was a demon at first.
Oh.
Very gray demon.
That's probably what some people say about you.
Well, I do have devilish good looks. And I just
Ah.
cracked like a cocky grin.
Hey, Czar, I'm the one that does the jokes around here, all right?
Yeah, but at least mine are somewhat funny.
It wasn't bad.
I mean, we are looking to make some extra coin. You could go to some of the old folks' homes and tell you jokes. You might get some dips there. You know,
I like your thinking, Czar.
right, the people that were around when puns were the highest form of humor.
Oh
Well,
boy.
Finnegan knows what he's doing tomorrow.
The-
Knocking on every old rich person's door. Would you like to hear a joke? And then hold out a can afterwards for a tip.
Gotta fundraise somehow, right?
Yeah.
I gotta get 1250 platinum somehow.
Mm-hmm. Well, you paid a chunk of that, or you're covering
Yeah.
a chunk
I
of that with
got a small deposit of it.
yeah.
Well, I think I'm gonna turn in.
Don't
That's
let the
a good
bed bugs
idea.
bite.
There should be none.
I would hope not. If there is, I'll just go sit in the ambassador's office all day tomorrow, and I guarantee you, there won't be bed bugs when we come back.
I think we've caused the ambassador quite a lot of mental stress today. We should probably leave him be for a while.
Yeah, you don't need to undo all that hard work of sending the donuts by showing up with them.
I was on my absolute best behavior today. I didn't threaten anyone. I didn't break anything. I wasn't outwardly rude. I
You
was
didn't-
calm.
Just
I was
when I got
collected.
there, then.
You didn't usher out the ambassador out of her own office at any point.
Well, that I
did do, but I asked her. I didn't tell her. If she would have said, no, this is my office, I would have walked out. But no, she was very kind and courteous.
Well, they can't say no.
You're sort of.
Tell that to that prick in the last town we were at. That's what his favorite word was, no.
Well, this is Marshall, huh?
Yeah.
I actually
If
like
she
that
says-
ambassador.
You should let her know then.
Yeah, you should send her a love
I,
note.
I sent her donuts.
We'll see if that pays off.
What do you want
You
me to
can
do?
be
Go
quite
buy her...
scary.
Do you want me to go buy her flowers and flirt with her a little bit? I mean,
That will get the wrong idea.
I mean, that would be enjoyable on my part.
Hey, are you peeping Tom?
No, I just want to see him get rejected. It's gonna be fantastic.
well, he is small.
You're a-
He could peek under the fences quite well.
Why are you making fun of his height now?
I don't actually understand that one out of character.
I was gonna say stalls, but that would be kind of like insinuating that Finnegan like lurks around bathrooms.
Okay. I was like,
When the
how the-
peeping Tom
It's like,
comes,
how the fuck do you have fences that aren't to the ground?
I started to say one thing, and then I thought better, and I just threw in something else. Sorry, it doesn't make sense, but at least I didn't call you like a bathroom keeper or anything. So
Which, yeah, can ay, ay.
yeah.
Oh, boy.
So on that note, is there anything else you want to do before you go to bed, or is everyone gonna sleep, wake up the next day?
I would get Kinley and
Lucy aside.
Lucy alone. Yes,
Uh-huh.
at some point.
They can
All right.
definitely go off to bed. He is exhausted from running around town and a nightmarishly speed of panic. All that bonking. Ugh.
Ugh, takes a lot out of you.
Shelly, are you sleeping at the house, or are you heading back out to like the lake or something? Or
I'm muted. That's what I'm doing. I am staying with the party. So
Okay. all right.
probably just up in their room writing a letter or studying their book.
All right. Well, once they're alone, Czar kind of quietly, not so his voice would carry and everything. So I've let you both know about Solon and the ties to the resistance and all of that. And if you remember, before we left the last town, we were talking about maybe me infiltrating and gaining some more information about it.
I was
Yep.
very much not really into that idea, but
Well-
yes.
So, when I was speaking to the True Keeper earlier and I went quiet, we had a bit of a conversation. At some point, I may need to start traveling with the group under a disguise.
Why?
Because the word's gonna get out that I'm being charged for heresy.
You know what? That is a great thing you told me, because I would have probably killed you on sight if that would have happened.
I'm gonna smirk at you. You would have tried and failed, but that's beside the point.
Do not bet.
And when he
But-
says that, he's gonna kind of just like lift his hand up and like tap his cheek, like he's gonna rest his chin on his hand, and very discreetly cast thaumaturgy and blow out all of the candles in the room with a stiff breeze
Yeah.
through here. What was that?
light check get Lucy to know he did it, or not? That's not what it's used for.
Sorry, which you broke up a little bit. What were you asking?
Oh.
She's
If I
looking to see-
insight check Czar, can I? Does it let me know he did that?
Potentially, yeah. You can roll one if you wanna.
Yeah.
Because
I'm gonna
he is kind of being like, oh my, whatever in the world could that have been?
Does that mean I
Yes.
get to roll a deception?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh.
Oh,
If
don't
you
worry,
roll,
don't worry, I'll probably roll lower than that.
no, you won't.
I do
have
get advantage
shitty
on
rolls.
deception checks. So that's good at least.
Yeah, you're not.
That's
oh,
a nat
that's a nat
20.
20. You lied to me.
So yeah, he seems genuine in terms of like not knowing why all the candles blew out.
Oh, it's probably Becky.
I wouldn't joke about that. She stuck a Medusae tentacle on our door with a note just yesterday morning, if you remember.
Then if she wouldn't if she would have wanted to kill us, she'd had done it already. Given that logic.
She needs us. She's not gonna kill us.
And there you go.
But, so,
We
yes,
almost killed her once.
and
I'm pretty sure.
as part of this, covert operation, my badge has been altered so that they can keep track of me. One, to make sure that I can, if they need to find me, they can. And two, basically make sure I don't betray the Empire while infiltrating this group.
But isn't the fact that Solon is with us gonna be a factor?
Look,
Basically, do I have to worry about this?
Solon is not on the island. So, as far as he knows, he's not, because all the records that he found in the beginning shows that he had left the island and not returned. So
That's true.
he-
That's true.
yes. So, I'm not so much worried about that. And, you
Just-
know,
Let's
We-
just say he was. Would I have to worry about something? I am extrapoling here, yes.
I don't think you would have to. I don't think you would have anything to worry about. I think I would have a lot to worry about.
I don't know how this infiltration is going to work with you hanging around us.
Well, here's the thing. This is going to spread around the mainland, and eventually make its way here. And when it
Through
makes
the
its way
embassy.
here, and it looks like I've got to make a getaway or hide my identity, that's when I'm going to take up the alias.
More ignore, oh my.
No, I've got a special one in mind.
Oh, more terrible voices.
I still don't see how it's going to help you infiltrate them being with us.
Well, considering you all helped me commit heresy, it's not exactly too far-fetched.
Yeah.
I did not-
Because my loyal companions were there with me, they know I wouldn't have committed such treasonous things against the Empire. The thing is, there's no one around to tell that to back at home office if they decide I'm a heretic.
So basically, if we get asked questions, we need to sully your name. Is that it?
No. Let's just say there's an opportunity being inside the dome. We're cut off from the outside. So I think the only thing I would really have to worry about would be well, I don't know if they're going to let Nice in on the plan or not, but, you know, a keeper showing up to claim my head.
Yeah.
But
That
if
and
we're-
I don't think any group that we try to infiltrate is going to believe. At least some of us are going down that path.
What lets you? What gives that away about me? Is it the glowing eyes?
Why do I tell you to anything? You're always so negative.
No, I'm just
I'm
think
not
this is
negative.
this is a dangerous thing you are bringing on, and
and this kind of thing is exactly why I was brought into the Keepers in the first place.
I
You
understood.
need a touch of insight on these things. We
And
are
how-
giving you needed insight. We're making you think, aren't we?
I appreciate it, but you do realize this isn't my first time pretending to be somebody I'm not, right? It's kind of like what I've done all my life.
No, on a much, much greater scale.
And yes, and I've also got somebody on the inside that completely believes in me being honest with them. So, look, we need to have information. This is a way to get it. So I'm going with it. I got the okay. It's been approved by Home Office, so to speak. People that know need to know. And I told you to. I could have not told you. Would you have preferred that?
I told you the outcome of not telling me.
Right. At least Silverheart would get his armor back then, and I kind of grin and smirk at you again.
What about? He's already getting a new set of armor. You can't have that one. That one's mine.
I just sort of, like, get this defeated look on my face like that just way over her head.
She's gonna smile at you. Got you.
I'm trying to ponder, like, so how do
How
you
are we supposed
how do you see this playing out, Zar? Because I mean, obviously, you could fool them as being declared a traitor to the Empire.
Well, if it works, they're going to get in contact with me.
Okay. But are they really going to try and
And
get in
they-
contact with you while you're with us?
They have ways to get in contact with me. Like I've said before, we're being watched 3 different ways,
Huh.
at least. So they know where we are. So if they want to get word to me, they will, whether you're around or not. It'll probably be through Solon.
you going to plan to play this out with Shelly and Finnegan?
Yeah, see. Here's the thing.
You're telling us, but they don't know. I'm not exactly a good liar either.
Look, I want to tell them. I do. But I think Finnegan's still a little bit unpredictable. And I mean that in a way that he may think that he's helping, but not be helping. And I really don't want to ask Shelley to lie. They don't like it. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're actually a pretty decent person. So,
Well, we'll have to see how this all plays out.
well, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? My head end up on a chopping block? It's probably going to anyway.
Well, no, the worst that happens is we all end up on the chocolate block, but that, that's for death. That's for who knows if that ever happens.
If that happens, he's gonna kind of grin again at both of you. At least I'll be in good company.
Aw,
Now I'm going to bed.
get out the violence. guess we'll sort this mess some other time, most probably.
There's nothing really to sort. We just have to let things happen, and when they do, they do. It's out of our hands at this
Yes.
point.
I just need you to trust me. That's it on your part. Trust me.
Have I not
well,
so far?
Yes, but I'm just saying.
If I hadn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you alone with these cultists.
I
I was
trust
a bit
you, but
iffy about that one.
I mean, truly infiltrating them is going to involve you being away from us.
Maybe we'll see how it plays out. But
That's-
at least
They will never
At the-
believe me or Lucy, ever.
I don't know. You're awful vocal about the things you don't like about the Empire.
I am vocal about my hate for the things they've done, but she's always been true to her loyalty to the Empire.
Right, but
Well, my loyalty lies within my god.
here's the thing. At least we're gonna find out what they're all about. Whether they are there just to uproot things, or he's gonna look at Kinley when he says this, or actually bring about a better change and a brighter future for the Empire than the shady shit that's been happening for the last several centuries.
We shall see. But if they have ties to the cult, then I don't see that
Maybe
being
out
their
of-
end goal.
We can't start seeing cultists everywhere.
No.
No, but
We'll go mad.
but it's too much of a coincidence that they're here at the same time as the
So
rebellion.
that is the exact same type of thinking that got us the rude introduction at that last town because of that pathetic excuse for a drunken keeper running around causing shit around that village. You can't associate an entire group with a few or one.
I don't make associations, but I don't believe in coincidences either.
I don't. I'm sure there are cultists among this group, but I don't think they're all cultists.
Speaking about coincidences, did anybody else notice how Keeper Orma reacted when we talked about the possibility of a fifth kingdom, or did I only notice that?
Yes.
It's a sore subject for the Empire, so obviously they don't want to talk about it.
And trust me, we poured through so much census data trying to find
Yeah.
anything that may point to a mass exodus from a fifth kingdom or a kingdom being absorbed. So we're looking into it.
If they put their energy into wiping out an entire kingdom off of its existence completely, something big went down that we have yet to uncover.
We may have to visit another secret bookshop.
I
If we
wonder
find
if there
one.
is one in this town. We could always use one of those sending scrolls to contact our good librarian. And, you know, maybe get Kinley in this time.
Yes, please.
Although I don't think you have any gold left to afford anything in there. And from what we learned, the other sisters don't exactly like people sitting around reading the books and not buying them. So
Well, we'll see when that time comes, and
well, I'm off to bed. Good night, you two.
I should go too.
have a
Good
good
night.
night.
Right then,
K-
off to bed to go.
Kinley's gonna have a few drinks and then go to bed.
Fair enough. The night winds down. Words have been exchanged. Plots have been plotted. Secrets have been secreted. All that fun stuff. You go to bed. You get as much of a peaceful sleep as you can manage after the stressful day that you've had, and you wake up the next morning ready to tackle a new day. But we'll go ahead and call the session here and pick up with that new day next week. So thank you everyone, both to my players and to everyone watching, for another great session. Hopefully everyone had a lot of fun. Be sure to tune into the other campaigns that we're running. There's Wednesday night, Friday night, Saturday morning and night, Sunday night, and then back around to Tuesday again. There's also, I'm currently recruiting for a Sunday morning campaign because I just haven't gotten enough punishment from this bunch. We're hopefully going to be spinning that up in the not too distant future. It'll be set in this same setting, but in a different location. Other events going on elsewhere in the world. I think it'll be a fair bit of fun. But we'll keep you posted on that progress as it moves forward. And yeah, so thanks. Are we
Rating Rise Up Gaming.
Okay.
We're going to raid the Rise Up. All right, everybody. It was good seeing you all. We love your faces. Hope you all had a blast. Remember, keep hitting those sub buttons. Spread the word. We got 100 subs. We still got an incredible giveaway. So, you know.
Yeah, that Wormwood stuff. It's like top tier.
Yeah.
Dice Trade, Dice Tower. Like.
Stay safe. Stay healthy.
Yeah. Stay healthy. Stay safe. Peace, everybody. And we will see you all in the next session.
Stay frosty.
Yeah.
Right away.